listening to Football Live. Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Yes, another Saturday, another time for Football Live. Your champion star, Sports Radio Umbrella FM. Good afternoon, welcome to the Saturday action. And time it is to get it started right here. Fresh edition of the show this morning. I'll definitely have a fresh perspective on some exciting talking points and major happenings in the world of sports. I bid you welcome to Football Live. Victor Okani is my name, and yes, time once again to take you around the grounds, major talking points, and yes, of course, talk about all the things to look at, top quality analysis, and yes, the contributions. Of course, the fans are not left out. We're getting it started right here on the show, and yes, it is another Saturday. And you know, league action resumes. Yes, it makes a return. Wherever you are, this is Football Live. And welcome to Sports Radio Umbrella FM. Certainly the home of the fans. And yes, let's get it started this way. Victor Okani is my name. Joseph Obishason is also a part of the show. Today's edition, yes, it is Saturday the 14th of March 2026. Good afternoon and welcome. Joseph, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. One solid 100%. Happy to be here once again. Let's get it started quickly.
Okay, let's get things started. Of course, bringing you the big stories. Yes, there are games to go down today across all the major leagues. Need I run through them again? Well, I would. Maybe not all of them, but of course, touch on a few of them. The CAF Champions League makes a return, and this time, of course, on the knockout phase of the competition. The Confederations Cup is also on. There'll be games today. Berkane will take on Al Hilal Omdurman. These days, they actually play in Rwanda, so Omdurman sounds like should be Al Hilal Rwanda. Al Hilal Kigali. Otodio will take on Zamalek, and Al Masry will host the Siam Blue Stars. In those games, action returns to the Premier League. Burnley will be hoping to consolidate on the couple of points they've picked up lately and see if they can move out of the relegation zone against Bournemouth. While, of course, Sunderland will host Brighton. Yes, it will be Arsenal against Everton at 6:30. And yes, about the same time, Chelsea will be up against Newcastle United. Big fixtures coming in. And West Ham United, yes, will host Manchester City. Big games in Bundesliga. Yes, Bayer Leverkusen will host Bayern Munich. Borussia Dortmund will be up against Augsburg. And I can tell you that Eintracht Frankfurt will host Heidenheim. Hoffenheim will play against Wolfsburg. And of course, Hamburger will be up against FC Cologne. Games all over the place. Yes, where else would you rather be? But on Football Live, where we prep you for what is to come and bring you up to speed with the very latest sports in action right here, right now. In the course of the week, there's been a whole lot to talk about. English teams, how they underperformed in the Champions League. Of course, dominated the headlines once again. And just about that time where you think, okay, these guys getting 6 teams in the round of 16 of the competition, you would think, okay, they might take things a step further. Now, it was also a weekend where goalkeepers, of course, were in the conversation. Unfortunately, also, goalkeepers representing English teams were the guys also dominating the headlines. I mean, it's hard to actually say this is where one should pick it up from. But I know that there's a reverse fixture probably for the English team to respond. There was no win. There were 4 losses on the continent, yes, in the UEFA Champions League this week for English teams. And then we also have a situation where Kingski and Jorgensen, they had games they would want to erase from their memory forever. Joseph, wasn't exactly a good week for English teams, especially in Europe.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. And to be honest, I think most of them have fair results. Maybe the Real Madrid against Manchester City game would particularly be the one where you feel okay. Nobody would have seen Manchester City being
Losing by that margin.
It's not even about the loss itself. They were basically powerless. They were, apart from, I think there were just 2 chances in that game that were really
Clear-cut for City.
That first 5 minutes where Haaland and I think it was somebody was also rushing in, who could have actually had a tap into the bottom of, just scored a goal from inside the 6-yard box. And then there was particularly one from was it Nico Riley just arriving at the back post. It was basically, and he wasn't able to get a clean.
He had another one. He closed the player down, and Courtois' leg was there to clear it out.
Yes.
Also.
Apart from that, it was a Real Madrid game all through. And to be honest, I think not plenty, particularly. I mean, this is Manchester City. You feel like the heavyweight of English football, and one of the strongest contenders, from the English Premier League for the Champions League. At least if not winning it, to get into the the deepest part of the competition against an Arbeloa, which I don't know, probably a lot of I also think I most probably underrated him. I didn't expect that. Okay, he would practically beat Pep Guardiola's down, hands down on that game. But somehow it happened. Even though I did believe Manchester City would have enough to beat Real Madrid again because of the sheer quality and the determination when it comes to Champions League night. You can't take it that away from Real Madrid. There's always, there are always, what's the word now? A different animal, a different beast when it comes to such times of the knockout stages in the competition. But to not have any answer whatsoever with a team that is lacking in Mbappe and Bellingham, I think probably for me that is the only fixture. Any supporter of the English Premier League or whoever has that confidence that, okay, any team will do well maybe in the second leg, I think that's the only fixture you probably look forward to and say, okay, yes, there's something in there. But for the other participants, I don't think, as well as Arsenal against Bayer Leverkusen. Bayer Leverkusen have come to Manchester, in England to pick points, not just to win, pick points, and were able to do it, quite, maybe not that confidently. I mean, maybe not that comfortably, because there's no way you go to Etihad and except maybe a few teams have done that before. But again, you can say, okay, they've got that experience of playing against English oppositions, and they have something going for them. They are playing good football after they basically let go of Erik ten Hag. They started the season poorly, and now they are basically here trying to do something. So I think apart from the Arsenal players obviously will be tuned up, because now you're coming to play in front of the home fans at the Emirates. I think it's a different ball game entirely. There's an atmosphere that they've created in the Emirates that people are probably sleeping on, and I think it's one thing that might get them over the line. No matter how ugly people think the football would be, just get your win and do what you did, what is necessary. And I think we have a game in there as well. But for every other game, I don't think there's so much to look forward to.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Of course, action continues right here on your Champion Star Sports Radio, Brilla FM. Let's take a break. And yes, of course, the action will continue. It is Football Live.
That is absolutely superb.
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Haile Gebrselassie.
Hi, I'm Michael Essien, midfielder.
My name is Jeremy Mikel. My name is Danny Jordan. My name is Kolo Toure. Hi, my name is Diego Vangira.
Hi, sports fans. My name is Victor Moses.
My name is Lightning Bolt.
I'm Joseph Yobo.
My name is Austin J.J. Okocha.
This is David Dean, former Vice Chairman of Arsenal and the Football Association. We're on 88.9 Brilla FM.
We're reaching out to bring the big names to you. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. There's nothing like it.
And it all kicks off right here.
Is it okay to make fun of our tooth gap? Let's have a talk. Colgate makes your teeth so strong. Stop cover your mouths. Not to do yanga with your smile. Brush your teeth with Colgate. Zero cavities and fresh breath. If you use a Colgate paste, not to do
straight to your phone. Brilla Media is now on WhatsApp. Follow our official WhatsApp channel for the latest sports news, talking points, live updates, and in-depth coverage of sports events in Nigeria and around the world. From international tournaments to national teams, athletes, and exclusive stories. If it's sports, it's on Brilla Media. To join, simply go to WhatsApp channels on your device. Search Brilla Media and tap follow channel. No stress, no delays. Just sports as it happens. Brilla Media, home of the fans.
Hey, sport fans, where you? More ways to take enjoy and package sport informate as you day on the go. Now to follow us on top our social media platform and website as it dey hot. Breaking news we day. Live update with full ground. Transfer gist and confirmed gist with all the betterlicious analysis where they inside sports. Now we deserve like hot cake. Sharply follow us on top Twitter and Instagram at Brilla FM 889. For Facebook, follow Sports Radio Brilla FM. Come still visit our website, wey be www.brilla.net. Make you no miss anything as we carry you now closer to the action.
They are the heartbeat of the game. The voices that roar from Lagos to London, from the streets to the screens. They are more than fans. They are family. They are Brilla Nation. You cheer, you chant, you celebrate every goal, every victory, every moment that matters. And every single day, Brilla Media celebrates you. The power, the passion, the pride of Brilla Nation. Brilla Media, the home of champions, the voice of the fans. United we stand, together we win. Because we are Brilla Nation.
Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Welcome back from that quick break. Of course, let's get the action started right here on the show and bring you our major talking points this afternoon on Football Live. Now, Michael Owen has said he can't believe people are questioning whether Michael Carrick should become the permanent manager of Manchester United. The former midfielder, Carrick, who has made 464 appearances for United, was appointed the caretaker head coach after the sacking of Ruben Amorim in January. The 44-year-old has since won 6 of his first 8 matches in charge, and the club have moved from 6th to 3rd in the Premier League. Former Man United and England striker Owen, who played with Carrick at Old Trafford between 2009 and 2012, believes that he has brought a calm. Yes, he has brought a calm back to the club. Rooney, who has also praised the Carrick previously, said that the caretaker manager has given United fans a taste of the Fergie era. He is in agreement with Michael Owen. The club are understood to be looking for candidates along with Carrick to take over as manager in the summer. And the big question, well, the facts, the figures, and the experience are before you. Should United stick with Carrick or to continue as manager on a permanent basis? Should United stick with Carrick to continue as manager, given what he's done already at the club? Should United stick with Carrick to continue as manager? Joseph?
First of all, I think it's still really too early.
This is Macho.
Yeah, it's too early. It's not even played up to 15 games. I think it's still early, especially for a club like Manchester United, who have obviously had times with interim managers who had, performed well, in quotes, for an extended period. Some short, some long, some even got the job, and it didn't exactly go as nicely as basically on the same template. I could remember Yeah, I mean, it's probably sounding like cliche now, but the truth is, I mean, it's still the most valid and the most identical. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did all the right things, said, in quotes, said all the right things, acted all the right way. You know, sometimes performative, yes. You know, sometimes unnecessary, but basically that was just, you know, how it was during his reign for that short period of time before he got the job. And yeah, obviously a whole number of you know, Manchester United, would I call them legends now, former players, you know, basically backed him. I think now there's a little bit of doubt because of what happened, you know, during that time, you know, now for Carrick. And you look at all of the things happening around, you know, Manchester United. Yes, the football is probably there now. I would say probably because, I mean, not all the performances are, you know, 10 over 10 if you're being realistic. But the truth is that the wins coming in, yes, Manchester United are they better off, you know, than under Amorim. Relatively, it depends on where you see it from. But the points are coming in, and Manchester United are doing well on the table. It's not, you know, far-fetched. But you also look at, you know, some of the things that have plagued Man United from the past before. How other managers that have been on the job, how they've been able to navigate and even, you know, sort of arrested those situations. Some left it, and you know, it became the rot that apparently every other manager needed to, you know, somehow clear out and, you know, try to reorganize things. Is this probably still there? Maybe. You know, I'm looking at it from the angle of some of the players you were disgruntled. Some were, you know, asked to basically put in the work in order to get playing times. I know people are talking about Kobe Mainoo, but it's not just down to him. There were at some point academy boys who were feeling entitled, backed by many, you know, former managers as well. I'm looking at this thing as a whole because Manchester United are in a problem that is not just about the points on the table. They are trying to rebuild and they are trying to get their identity back. So you look at it from the angle of some of those players, former players, you know, feeling entitled for some of the young kids coming from the academy. They have to play because there's so much going on. Is he pandering towards that? At that point in time, under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, it was basically the same thing. He said all the right things about the academy as well, said all the right things about some of the boys going up. He gave, you know, chances to some who were not deserving, but he did that anyway. And maybe Carrick is also saying the same thing and try to, again, this is not to say he's, you know, in the negative light, obviously, because that's the identity of Manchester United. But has he beaten the club before? Have Manchester United found themselves in a not so good situation based on the same precedents before? 100% yes. So for me, I'd say if you're looking at it from the angle of, okay, just the result, I think 100% he probably needs to, you know, sign the books immediately. But for a club that has learned before that sometimes
had their finger burnt by such decisions.
100%.
Yeah.
Jose Mourinho was having all of the results when he came in first year, you know, second year, midpoint, at least up until that point before he started to have some of these problems the older managers had, you know, and it's now started to be like, okay, yeah, we can get the points. I mean, they were second to Manchester City at that point, at one point in time. We can, and it became a problem. Okay, maybe the players were not even the problem to start with. I mean, you are getting the results. This is we don't even need to invest so much. And the next summer, it got only Fred and Dalot. Carrick has said we'll probably need to, you know, even invest more into this squad. Are Manchester United going to do the same for him? Just as, you know, basically broken promises for Amorim. That is another question to be answered. So for me, I think first of all, you have to also take a look at those things and look at how the environment is what will make the managers thrive, whether we like it or not. Is it going to be toxic like they've done with other managers, you know, with Carrick? It is still yet to be said. But the truth is, I do not trust, you know, the boards to do what is, you know, supposed to be done in terms of investing, because now everything is data backed. Now data make them sign Sesco, but is Sesco delivering all the goods against people who are proven? Would he get the kind of backing he would have gotten if he made those demands? You know, like maybe Mourinho or Amorim. There's still so much to be answered until, and that's why I feel like it's still very early. Until maybe we get to the summer, and then you can now have an idea of, okay, some of these things, will they come to fruition? Will they get the players he wants?
There's also the small parts that, you know, excitement about wins and victories will make us ignore.
Yes.
The part where of the teams actually gone in for anything European sports this season, United are very privileged not to be playing a lot of games, and so maybe, of course, how to manage the squad and having all of that time to rest is also an advantage for his side. People have said if they were playing games back to back, citing 2 examples where they had to play games in less than 7 days and there were draws, 1 draw and 1 loss. And people are saying, okay, if we look at it from this angle, United might actually struggle if they were not getting this level of rest or this amount of rest they were getting.
Yeah, 100%. And in as much as I think it's an excuse, it's 100% valid. Because if you are struggling to replicate the same kind of performance, just the same kind of football for 2 weeks, 3 weeks consecutively, I see it as, despite all of the times you spend together with the boys with the coach, and everybody's basically practicing what needs to be done week in, week out, and you are struggling to get a grasp of it. I think when the games come thick and fast, you're probably not going to have that time to try to address some of the things you have to do to improve the team, not just even invest right, but during the season, how they play, how they transition, how they defend, how they attack. There's so much, and I think for me, some of these question marks are there. Is Carrick experienced enough at this level? No. Was Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, because again, is the one you can practically say, yeah, he's done this before, and this is the similar situation. Has he handled a job this big? No. Just as Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, this caliber of player, has he handled them before? No. But it's on the basis of the result. Would he be able to get them when the entire team becomes a bit more difficult? Whether you get frustrated, would you be able to even handle the dressing room if you get some of the players you want, probably big profiles? I think there's so much still to come. And for me, in my opinion,
personally, you do not think?
I don't think it's time. I do not think so. Probably get a manager who is much more mature and has handled, bigger teams. If you are going to start a new project, without the big stars, and you want to start entirely from the scratch, I think probably, yes, Carrick could be a project manager like he did with Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
But to say, you want to, Manchester United, still, whether you like it or not, they are still leaders in the dressing room. They are big profile of players in the dressing room who need handling the right way. If with what we are saying in 2026 continues as such, and Manchester United, obviously a big club, a big brand, that will be chasing the big money players, into the team, I think it just makes sense that you get, a big profile of a coach to manage the team, not somebody I think it would be a mismatch. A project manager to start on, from the scratch as against, an established institution.
Okay. Joseph doesn't believe Carrick should be the man to actually handle things now. He feels it's too early. I mean, maybe we should wait to the end of the season. Maybe even when we wait to the end of the season and you want to put in big money there and look at big competitions and look at, of course, having to compete in those competitions as well. I mean, the Premier League, for instance, everybody starts at 0 points. So if you want to be in the conversation and be consistent at least, Joseph doesn't believe that Carrick is that guy. What say you this afternoon? Yes, on the show. Football Live, 090-41,089, 090-44,089. Now, if you're having difficulty reaching us through any of these lines, yes, you could also send us a message on WhatsApp on 090-44,089 on WhatsApp, and let's hear from you on the show. We're getting it started. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, Joseph, the Manchester United man. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Yeah, Samuel calling.
Okay, Samuel.
Talking about Michael Carrick, realistically, I don't think he has done much to get the job on a permanent basis, United, they play once in a week. That rest is an advantage to the manager. Like Joseph said, that when he came in, he decided to relax most of the strict rules, given all that was there, introduced by his predecessor. But working with the team, 7 days to work with the team and play one game, I can see it as an advantage. Carrick, if they should give him the job on a permanent basis, by next season, Man U should be talking about playing 60-something games in a season. And that load of being in so many competitions, it might affect Michael Carrick as a manager. Michael Carrick is really experienced. Let's just say the fact. He is coming from Middlesbrough. Though he was a caretaker before now, and he's also a caretaker manager now in Manchester United. So I don't think the load might be too much for him. Manchester United is a big club, and the fans, they are demanding. He's winning now, and many people are now a kind of carried away with what he's doing. I don't think the manager of his caliber, the level he's operating now as a manager, he can be able to stand his ground when the Jogodo starts. So that is why the hierarchy are still looking outside, even when the result is even favorable. They are looking at a manager that will come in. So for me, Carrick, he hasn't done enough. Winning, winning one game in a week, when you have enough time to prepare with the boys and have enough time to show many tactics before you play the game, it's an advantage to him. So it is not he has not done anything. Is he even better than the man he replaced? I don't think so. So I'm still on the side of he's not right enough to take Manchester United. They need manager that will win trophies. The club is all about winning, and they will need a manager that will come, stamp his authority. The players will respect him, and he will be ready to be, making some instructions known to the players, and they will respect him. So Carrick, and will respect him. So Carrick, no, I don't see him at all. Carrick should go down to a club like like Brighton, Brentford. This is where he will start. Taking over that job on permanent basis is going to be a big load for him. It's going to be a big load for him. But I don't know what the owners of Manchester United. I don't know what the owners of Manchester United are thinking. But for me, even with the result that he has gotten, I don't think 17 games can now a kind of 17 games can now a kind of classify a season. We are talking about playing in. We are talking about playing in 4 competitions next season, and 4 competitions next season, and it's going to be very, very tough. It's going to be very, very tough. The travel, working week in, week out, playing midweek in Europe, and coming down to play in the domestic league is going to be hard on him. Maybe they will make him an assistant, get a manager that is a marquee manager, make him an assistant. He will be part of the technical team, but make him an assistant. He will be part of the technical team. But for me, giving him the job on permanent basis will be a very big mistake.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, David, for that one. Getting us started on the show. Now, in the last couple of minutes, not quite an hour, Sir Jim Ratcliffe has been in the news, and he was quizzed about Michael Carrick. What about Man United and Michael Carrick and the job he's doing? He responded, he's doing an excellent job. Yeah, absolutely. He was also asked, could he get the job permanently if he carries on? Carrick snubbed the question. He says, no, I'm not going there. Yes, I'm not going there. Baba has come under fire lately for the things he said, and I think he's as much as possible trying to avoid such conversations and not get his finger burnt again. But let's go to the phone lines and take more. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
Alhaji Godi calling from Asaba.
You're welcome this afternoon. How are you doing? How's Asaba today?
Yeah, I'm cool. Everywhere is cool. Okay.
Good.
As it stands right now, I don't see. Well, Carrick is giving his best, but in terms of competitive football, I can't measure him. I can't measure him with other coaches right now because he's not in the same shoes with them. He's not playing Champions League. He's not playing Carabao Cup. He's not playing EFL or whatever they call it, another matches. So only this Premiership, it's not enough for one game in a week. It's not enough for we to just give him the post that way. No, it's not enough. Can they just wait till the next season and let's see what will happen? Okay, let's see, maybe he puts Man U through to like top 4. Fine. If Man U should go through to like top 4 this season, ending of this season, maybe they got into the top 4, and then let's see him in more competitive matches. That is when we can now measure up. But for now, I think they should just leave the job with him for now. In as much as he's keeping it up, he has moved them from a lower position to at least third on the table right now. He's fine, he's good. If you bring in another coach now, that one might damage everything. So let's leave him with that and let him enjoy this 1 week game. So let's see if he can retain the club, if he can retain that top 4. Then when the really competition starts next season, then that's when we can come out and say, okay, if you say only one matches, now you will be one they play before. Now we don't reach 4 or 5 matches, we don't do like this. So that's my own contribution towards it. Thank you very much.
Interesting contributions coming in at this point in time. Now, it's actually good that, the experience people have had about this coach or about United generally, since they've been trying to find a permanent manager who will move the needle, has been pretty consistent with some people. I mean, some of the contributions we've had so far in the conversation has actually pointed in the direction that let's not be too hasty, let's not be too quick to reach a decision on this matter, and then we will start looking for, how did we get here, and then be looking for tracing steps. And in football sometimes, of course, as also in life, not every step is easily retractable. You want to say, okay, we've made this mistake and let's retrace it. It could take you another football season for you to correct the mistake of the past. The mistake you made a couple of months ago can cost you an entire season, and then you find yourself in an uncomfortable territory. I say this because we have 2 prime examples, maybe 3, in the you're looking at it now, you're saying to yourself that, this is going to happen, this is going to happen, this is going to happen. But sometimes you just have to wait out the process and see how it goes. It is fitting to note that people are not carried away. I'm not saying everyone is on that boat, but again, as many as the contributions that we have, we're willing to take them. It is Football Live Umbrella. Right here, your Champion Star Sports Radio Umbrella FM. Let's take your thoughts. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Joseph.
Good afternoon to you.
Well, I am Jacob, a.k.a. Michael Carrick's uncle.
Jacob, Michael Carrick's uncle? You must be Jacob Carrick. Welcome.
Okay. Actually, my own take on this United issue is because if you are telling me that Carrick hasn't done enough, Ruben Amorim too, he played 1 game per week and until he left. And the guy, for me, he has shown that he can actually hold his own. So getting a new unknown quote-unquote manager, it will kind of destabilize whatever the young man has been trying to put in place. Thank you. That's my submission.
So you would back Carrick to stay? That's what you're saying? Hello? Okay, you're backing him to stay, I guess. You did say you are his uncle, so I mean, you want the best for your nephew. Hello? Hello? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, welcome to Football Live.
Okay. My name is Anthony Shobre, calling from Jos.
Aha, welcome.
Yeah, what's up?
Good afternoon to you. How's that part of Nigeria today?
What's up?
Open me. Welcome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joseph, I agree to. Good afternoon.
I agree to. Good afternoon.
Yes. I think the topic is still on Michael Carrick, right?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I think that guy has done enough to gain that, in giving that coaching, what do you call it, position. Because before he came, I wanted the fans to come out and tell us where was Manchester United's position. Because he was able to steady the ship. And now that they are, even still they are in third position now, isn't it? So if at the end of the day the what do you call it, track this particular position that he has given them now, I think they will regret it seriously. I think they should take a cue from Arsenal, because Arteta was a former player. So apart from being a coach, there's this love, there's this, yes, I was here before, this was my team, I can die here, So I think and for him to have even beaten one of the title contenders for this season, beating Arsenal at home, sincerely speaking, I think I respect that man. And I think if given enough time, he's able to do more exploits. So that is what I want to contribute for this afternoon. So
All right.
Manchester United should not in any way seriously try. That was what happened to Van Nistelrooy when he came in, as an interim coach. His strings of matches he won, and he was able to, and at the end of the day, I don't know what really happened, and he put him. And since then, they've been struggling. Now, they've been given another opportunity again, the person of this Michael Carrick. I love the way he's going about his coaching tactics. Seriously, if he ends this season coming third, I want to believe that's one of the wonders of the Premier League for this season. So he merits it. That is my own honest opinion. He merits it. We should give him the job. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Thoughts are well put together right there on today's edition of the show. Now, in situations like this, are we dealing with a situation also where his pedigree at Middlesbrough defines him? Because at the end of the day, twice he tried, twice he didn't secure promotion, and people would say, okay, because of that, it looks a bit of a question mark hanging over his pedigree as a manager for a guy who did a good job, decent job at Middlesbrough, but didn't quite crack it to probably gain promotion or even make it to the playoffs.
You know what?
United would not want to trust such a guy.
You know why Man United and Middlesbrough are probably identical? The first season, really good job at Middlesbrough. Gave the fans something to believe in. They play wonderful football. Remember Chuba Akpom? Someone, in fact, plenty of people were basically saying, maybe you're done, your championship level at best. Not even expect him to do what he did, but somehow he made it work. The man enjoyed, a very beautiful career under Carrick, which got him even a move to Ajax. It was that good, and it felt as if his career was being revived, and somehow it's been down the slope once again. But after that season, they basically sold some of their best players because, of course, when teams or the bigger teams circle around and they say, okay, these are the guys who have been popping in the championship. These are the guys that are making things happen. They basically get pushed, and a number of them would normally leave, just as we've had over time with even Brentford and plenty teams in the times past that have done well in the championship. And what Middlesbrough were not able to do was, okay, replace them, at least to a good extent. And that basically caused some disagreement here and there. Then it started to happen like the result didn't come as they used to do, and I think it basically got frustrated on the job, which was the reason why I said sometimes when you have the down moments and it probably gets into your head, like some of the young managers who they've been used to winning, and the culture of how they've built so much from the ground. Sometimes it happens like that you just get frustrated on the job, and it happened like that, so it just had to leave. That was what happened at Middlesbrough. So you're looking at it in the Manchester United point of view. Man United, do they have this sort of behavior in the club? 100% yes. Sometimes you feel you've been able to do something with this. You've papered the cracks like Mourinho did. until, yes, he got a few of the players he wanted, like Lukaku, the Pogba styles, when he just came in and the going was good. But when you needed to, you know, after that good season they had, second position against Manchester City, who won the league title, you know, you just needed to reinvest the team, make it better, upgrade on some of the things you feel, okay, just refired, like, you know, basically what Arteta did this season. You know, got Gyökeres, got Eberechi, got, you know, a number of players who have obviously upgraded the team. That was what you know, Middlesbrough should have done, and what Manchester United, you know, should have done over the years, with the likes of Mourinho, with the likes of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, with the likes of, you know, even Rangnick at some points. I mean, the managers who have come, even Erik ten Hag. That was what needed to be done. And, you know, what did he get? As I mentioned, he got Dalot and Fred. Yes, it was basically Dalot and Fred. That's the following summer they should have reinvested. And that was all. And you could tell how, you know, badly they slept, and then Mourinho had to leave. Then they brought in Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer started to make demands. Okay, we need to upgrade. I need a defensive midfielder, you know, somebody who is actually good enough. They were not able to get the right profiles. They got it Casemiro, and then just started to, you know, decline. And then you could tell. And then they brought in Erik ten Hag. It demanded for more players. They just needed to upgrade on what we currently have. It just did not happen. So if you have a manager who has had this experience with his former club, a championship club at that, not being able to upgrade on what they had, despite selling off. I mean, Man United don't they sell now because, I mean, the bad businesses have been done in times past, and, you know, you can't get money back on some of those, you know, bad businesses you've done. So now it means whether you like it or not, you have to upgrade. Have Manchester United been able to do that before? No, so it means you are charting a territory you've been before. Are you going to get frustrated once again? Absolutely yes, because, I mean, if this is what we've seen before, there's every possibility that it happens again, especially with Manchester United. So it means the cycle will almost never end, and if, you know, it continues that way, except, of course, he just wants to ride the wave, because it looks like maybe there's more intentionality in how they recruit, and it feels like, okay, there's more directness to how they, you know, treat football and the business of it. But for Manchester United, obviously, you know, a manager who is here to get so much from the world of football in his career, I think they look at him and say, you probably won't be making such a man. You're not a Mourinho, you're not a Pep Guardiola, you're not one of these big weights. So I think for him as well, it's probably going to be a tad, you know, early, and I think somehow some of those past stories would, you know, somehow resurface, because, I mean, you are dealing with, you know, the same kind of system and structure in Manchester United as it did, which got him the sack at Middlesbrough. Okay, let's take more calls, of course, on the show. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir.
Welcome to Football Live. It's Victor and Joseph here. Welcome.
My regard to your colleague.
Yes, he can hear you.
I greet you. Welcome.
The voice of calling you from Nisha.
Let's go.
Thank you so much. Talking about Michael Carrick. Sir?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Sure, go on.
Okay. Woman be get problem, or some of us get problem. Some Manchester United fans coming here to tell us, even Manchester United players like for school them and all this Gary Neville them. So they're coming out to say that the Carrick does not have swag, that is inexperienced, that they want to hire a coach that is experienced, that have coached a lot of experience. Not the job where you go take job get experience. Understand me? Not the job. My job is to get from there. You get your CV go they go. Your CV go they go. Do you know where Manchester United? All of us know where Manchester United were before the coming of Michael Carrick. We were just qualifying for the Champions League before the coming of Michael Carrick. Man that did well at his first coming. Now he has his second coming, doing great things. He has assembled players, a team that has played Manchester City. Has played my own team, Arsenal. We lost to them at 3-2. Not that they're winning games, but they are a pattern of play. They are beating every week in, week out. So it's so encouraging. So, but yet, some Manchester United fans are joining outsiders. Carrick to go, that they need an experienced coach.
let me tell you, my brother, they're going to take it. If maybe Ateta was not doing well at my club, I recommended the young man to come to Arsenal. A man that is doing a great job. For me to support him and let him start maybe for after the next season. And let's see what he will do. Talking about the experience. Where did Guardiola start? Where even this Mourinho of this as a winger of this world, even for Alex Ferguson, they started from somewhere. That's to support him.
They didn't start at United.
About the experience coach. Let me stop you so after that we get on board.
Okay.
So God bless you.
She's during, yes, doing good at Old Trafford, but once they get the job on a permanent basis, the deal begins to fumble and you start seeing fire on the mountain. Man United should not. Man United should go for a more experienced coach because that club is very toxic right now. Happy weekend, great guys. Thank you so much for that one. My name is Onyechege. Says, as for me, if Michael Carrick won't be given the job on a permanent basis, I'd prefer Luis Enrique or Fabregas. Fabri who? You guys, take it easy. Take it easy. The pressure at Como cannot be the same at Man United. Yes, at Como, he has nothing to lose. That place that he is right now, fantastic job he's done. But trust me, when there are expectations, that's when you know that this job. If he was at Juventus and he started this season with the same guys and he's fourth or he's fifth and there's first, second, third, fourth in front of him, you will see the pressure of why did you start at 0 points and you are not first or second or third, you are fifth, where you are likely to miss out on Champions League football. This is not to rain on his parade, but trust me, the conversation will be different when it is a top club. Yes, of course, the action continues, and it is Football Live. Gunners, it's not over till it's over, and it's still Arsenal all the way. To celebrate this great season, Chivas Regal, the official whiskey partner of Arsenal Football Club, yes, is giving away an official jersey, yes, signed by Victor Gyökeres, Martin Zubimendi, as well as Mikel Merino. Now, here is your challenge. Build your ultimate five-a-side Arsenal FC team with any era of players. Invincibles, Emirate era, hybrid days. Mix it up. Be creative. Show us you know Arsenal. Drop your lineup in the comment section of the pinned post on the official at Chivas Regal page on Instagram and X. The comment to the most love wins the jersey. Hurry now and let's see who's really a gunner for life. I rise, we rise. Remember to drink Chivas responsibly. Yes, of course, the action continues, and we take in more of your contributions on the show. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Hmm? Yeah. I don't know the name of the people.
Have you been listening to the program?
Yeah. I thought I
Victor and Joseph, yeah. Victor and Joseph.
Okay, Victor.
Yes.
Sorry, good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, this is Stephen calling from Hong Kong.
Okay, Stephen, let's hear you.
Okay. Yeah, concerning Manchester United.
Mm-hmm.
And Michael Carrick. Like to be sincere, all this Alex Ferguson, the Guardiola and so forth and so on, they all started from This is the second time Michael Carrick is showing to Manchester United how there's something is yet to be really good. And to be sincere, the problem of Manchester United is not I mean, part of it is the coach too, and the biggest part of it is the co-owner. Because if Manchester United has been handled by the Saudi Arabian people that came the other side, when they want to buy players, they will buy good players, which I know the money to buy those players is here. But having somebody to come and buy 35% of the club, and there is a club that needs players. They need good players. Carrick is really trying with Manchester United right now. So now, these people will not be able to give out good money to buy players. And you want good coach to come and perform with this couple of players I'm playing in Manchester United. It's not done. So the real problem of Manchester United is not coach. It's the co-owner that has the problem. So,
okay.
I will advise they should still leave Michael Carrick with this job because he has a lot of things to show.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that one. More calls coming in. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joseph. I greet you. Coachilla.
Welcome.
Yes, Vicky, I come in peace. This is Daniel Desmond, the world champion.
You cannot come in peace. So you're coming in peace. You started with Coachilla. You?
So, Joseph, now Coachilla, now you understand. Coachilla, now you be coach. Joseph, now Coachilla.
I hear you.
So, something Vicky, okay, make I talk about Man United.
Okay.
See, honestly, I don't know waiting Man U, some of this Man U legend, ex-players really then won for Man United. I don't know whether as Man U, for last, how many years now, the last time they won league was 2013. Last year then, Man U never laid their hands on Premier League. It's very, very bad. If you know the pedigree of Man United, they should be winning the league at least once in a while, even though they do not do back-to-back. But as they are going down, I don't know if they like it that way. And God has given them the person of Michael Carrick, which for me is the best thing that will happen to Man United this season. Michael Carrick taking over that job. They were somewhere down the table, languishing in the 9th or 8th position when Ruben Amorim left Man United. But this man came. His first game was Arsenal. Man City, sorry. Second game Arsenal. And this man was able to win those games, which is the most difficult game for Premier League. And he did back-to-back, winning how many matches straight without good draw. And now they are criticizing him. I don't know. Which I don't think there's any big coach in the whole world now that can guarantee them winning Man City and winning Arsenal back to back. I don't know. The man is doing well. Let them give him the job, and the man, there are other people are at the backstage bantering the man, saying all sorts of bad things against this man. Which for me is not going well. Okay, if man you are complaining now, how will my own Chelsea? What will we now be saying? I'm telling you, the man is doing a good job. This man is the one coaching Chelsea and he's doing well. Only lost one game in how many matches now? So I know Chelsea will be in third position or even in second position compared to where Chelsea were when this was another takeover. So for me, the man is doing a good job. I'm telling you, he's doing a good job. They should give him the make him permanent. And let the man continue with the job. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for that one, Daniel Desmond. Of course, sharing your thoughts on the show this afternoon on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, my lovely brother.
Good afternoon.
Victor Igami, my brother.
Yes, sir. Welcome. Open me.
Yeah, you're ready to kill. Look at the Man Education officer there. Apart from my brother, you know, follow Joseph, we are black and black. You know, say Joseph is more Mayu. You know, say Mayu now, every our market day that they play ball now. I know the story of Bosa. Also, known as the first of Kobiu, a.k.a. Mayu Destroyer. A.k.a. I know the story of Bosa. Also, known as the first of Kobiu.
Yes, I heard that.
A.k.a. Mayu Destroyer. For me, as man you got to play every our market day. Nowadays, when we do our market, you know what I mean, for my place. You know my whether they do nowadays. And for that community, I don't want to show for him.
Okay, it's good. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
So now based on when man you play for now you go take compare whether this is good or not. No. You know they both run marathon. He run 100 meter, he run marathon. When you can know a good marathon, now this is Kenya with Ethiopia, true or false? So this one now where they run now 100 meters, the time when he go come for Ethiopia, which is he go play Premier League, he go play Champions League, he go play Carabao. They are now they do, but they sell market now. When they sell market are 2 weeks, the other week they will come back for training. Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much for that one. Yes, that call had a bit of comic relief as well. How did you find out Joseph's favorite color? Okay, let's go to, of course, contributions on WhatsApp. Good afternoon, Victor. I believe it's too early to judge, or let me put it this way. Michael Carrick is good, no doubt, but I do not think he will be able to manage that United team. I am Oluwafemi. Oluwafemi, thank you for this one. This one here says, good afternoon, guys in the studio. Ada Kefas from Asaba, a United fan. Personally, Carrick is doing a great job at Old Trafford, but give him the job on a permanent basis, that will be a very big mistake. This one is coming from Ada Kefas. This one is pretty lengthy. Just try to keep it short as you can, please, so that we can take as many as possible. This one says, good afternoon. Anthony from Bariga says, enjoying your program. Yes, my Chiefs. He says, I want to say that Carrick signed to be a manager, to manage the players and coach the team, not be like, say, an apprentice he was a coach of Middlesbrough before he came to United. People are saying it as if he's a primary, as if na primary school he a coach before United signed him. No, it says, I feel that he can continue to do well if he is given the job. Not be tomorrow now, people go to regret why he left. Yes, and if he's doing well in back-to-back games, no matter the amount of games, he is doing well, so no need. Yes, he says no need, no matter the amount of games. Amorim was there and nothing came out. If you can change the coach now, it changes the flow and connection he's creating with the team. Using Nottingham Forest as an example, Anthony from Bariga. Yes, this one is coming from you. This one says, my name is Chidubem, reporting from Ukpo. Let Man United give Carrick the job. And this one says, yes, he says, good afternoon, my brother VQ and Man United fan. Yes, my co-Man United fan, Joseph. I will go back to the Carrick take the job permanently because, yes, I will back Carrick take the job permanently because looking around, I see no world-class coach that is available for now. I also think playing one game or two, one game in 1 or 2 weeks also is a disadvantage to the players and the team because of match fitness. And if the board can back him this way, then I think he will do absolutely well for Man United. Randy Osas from Spain. The advantage of not having to play a lot of games at this point in time where teams are getting really fatigued is that you have the momentum. You have the momentum on your side and you can go all the way. Divine Johnson, he says, listening from Awada, I hope I got that right, Awada. He says, your question, whether Carrick should get the job on a permanent basis. My answer is yes. He has really proven to us, Man United fans, that he can do the job, that he has what it takes to be the permanent manager. Take a look at the coaches like Cesc Fabregas and the wonders he's doing at Como. I agreed Fabregas may go to a bigger club and fumble, but he has proven to us that he is a good manager. One day at a time, we're going to see his antecedents at Como. How many, he says, how many of those bigger names can agree to take up a Como job in the Serie B? Of course, in the Serie B, let alone qualifying them for the Elite League. And he went on and on and on and on and on. Okay, yes, he says, yes, he is still a rookie manager, but he has proven that he has what it takes to have the job on a permanent basis. Thank you. Okay, yes, thank you, Johnson Divine. This one here, Josh from Badagry says, Carrick will do well as a full-time manager, but they should back him with players, just as Arsenal backed Arteta with players. It should be Premier League proven players as well. Good day, VQ and Joseph. Yes, let Luis Enrique. Yes, if Luis Enrique is not the one coming, then Carrick should stay. David from Asaba, this one is from you. I'm sure you enjoy Enrique's ball, and you're thinking to yourself that, okay, good day, guys, in the studio for Man United. I think the man is doing well. For Champions League, I think my team, Liverpool, will come back. You have to sneak in Liverpool. Shady Poe, yes, of course, from Anambra State. You have to sneak in Liverpool. We're discussing Carrick at this point in time. Good morning. Did Mikel Arteta have experience before he joined Arsenal and started doing the job? Did Zidane have any experience before? You people have started these funny comparisons again. No wahala. I will read your comment. Let's go there. He says, did Zidane have any experience before he joined Real Madrid and started performing? You said Sir Alex Ferguson started at Aberdeen. Yes, Michael Carrick too started at Middlesbrough. Please, we should not be biased. We are, if we are coming from that angle of experience, then he deserves the job. Since Zidane, Arteta and co did not have any experience. Again, the situations are not the same. In Zidane's case, I think he's been in the Segunda.
For a while. He was managing the under 20.
The Segunda team.
Before he was an assistant basically to Ancelotti.
I mean, nobody is saying that he could have done the job, or
how many teams in the world had the super team? First of all, Real Madrid had when Zidane came in.
Look, I think a lot of people look past the quality of what was in that Madrid team and put it down to, yes, the coach actually led them to 3 titles back-to-back, the Champions League, the biggest of them all, and then you look at that and say, oh, yes, he was the man. Of course he was the man. But then, some of the best players at the peak of their powers, they were unstoppable.
Comparing it to Man United, whose players cannot do 3 straight games.
As much as I think he's done an amazing job, I honestly think that even in the Arsenal case, the moment they experimented with Emery and it didn't work, they said to themselves, we have nothing to lose starting all over.
100%.
We have nothing to lose starting all over. Worst case scenario, this guy fails, and then we'll start again. We'll go for a world-class guy who probably would lead us out of such a situation. And he actually didn't start well. You could only see the signs that, okay, they play well, but finishing 8th back-to-back was not good enough.
It was probably just maybe as poor as Amorim, because the results were not coming. You could tell this is the idea.
But
first season, second season.
But they said to themselves, we'll stick with the guy. The ideas are coming together. And we are not at that place where we think we can stand and walk confidently before we're thinking of running and flying. I think Arsenal were at a place where they had to admit that we might be a big club in terms of the pedigree, but in terms of the standings and where we are right now, we have fallen off. And we have to rebuild, except United are saying the same thing to themselves to say, okay, you know what? And do you know how difficult it is? I'm not sure, but I think I would want to find out from anybody who was in the room where they had that conversation of how they decided to settle for a number 2 of Manchester City and say, let's trust this guy and give him the resources to work with. Because in a lot of cases, you will not have people who will say, we think he has done enough, we think he has proven that he can. You only heard it in the mouth of some coaches that, especially Pochettino. That was about the only guy who spoke about Arteta prior to Arteta becoming a manager. Then he was number 2 at, Manchester City. It was Pochettino who actually, about the only guy who spoke about him. And before that time, the news headlines, a couple of news headlines where Pep and Pochettino were said to be interested in him in his final season at Arsenal, and then he chose to work with Pep instead of Pochettino. I think that was all anybody heard about it, and you could not exactly say he had anything to show because you knew Pep Guardiola was the man in charge of Manchester City. So why would you be? It's like you thinking now that Kolo Touré and Pep Linders are the guys. Yes, these are guys that can challenge his ideas and say, okay, why don't we do it this way instead of this way? And then Pep says he likes the kind of guys who can challenge him to work. Yes, but I think it's not a matter of, if it is a matter of this guy already has the experience, I don't think Arteta was the guy anybody would have considered. But I think they were just in a place where they looked at it and they said to themselves that
the consequences, nothing else to. I mean, how bad could it possibly get? And the thing is, you said the other time what Man United board are looking at, but the truth is, if that was basically the truth, I think they would have stuck with Amorim because the signs were coming to life. The results started to come in. Yeah, maybe here and there.
Yeah, patchy results, yeah.
But you could tell that this is the idea that he's coming up with. And to be honest, if it were to be another big team, Arteta would not even have lasted until now on the job.
Exactly.
First year, second year, third year, you were still not cracking Champions League. It took a lot of heart to stick with him.
And you could actually see the margins. You could see the margins why they fell short a couple of times. I mean, especially the season where they finished 5th, 1 point behind Tottenham Hotspur. Was it 2 points? It wasn't up to 3 points, 1 or 2 points behind Tottenham Hotspur. You could see the margins in the sense that in the running for a final push to end up in Champions League place, it was Rob Holding in your defense. It was, I think Ben White had an injury. Then it was Rob Holding and Cedric Suarez. You look at those quality and you are worried because you are thinking to yourself, okay, maybe these are not exactly the guys to get us over the line. And then after that season, they were now able to crack top 4 and get into top 4, finished 3rd behind Liverpool and City. And then I think he's done second 3 straight times now. Maybe he wins the title this season. And that would be the fruit of the patience the guys have had with him, or they have shown him to say, okay, you know what, this team is coming together. Just because the trophies have not been delivered yet doesn't mean that you have not been close. Again, I think it will be difficult for anybody to want to look at these things like this and talk about it in the way it is going. But of course, difficult at times here, and we will also have a look at it and talk about some of all of these and lots more. Let's take some contributions on the show. Yes, this topic is an exciting one. A lot of the guys are also, of course, talking about it. And there's been a big news somewhere, a tragic one for that matter, as far as the Nigerian football space is concerned. Yes, there's a big story, a tragic one for that matter. And it has been reported that Henry Nwosu has passed on. Yes, after 5 days in hospital, battling for his life, he has passed on. Henry Nwosu at the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital, Ikeja, Lagos, where of course he's been in intensive care since Wednesday. It is with deep pain in my heart that I have to be the conveyor of this news of the death of Henry Nwosu, MON. May his soul rest in peace, yes, with our Creator in heaven. And of course, this statement has been put out by a former teammate, Chief Segun Odegbami, and others who have announced that former Nigerian international, yes, Henry Nwosu has passed on. Yes, Henry Nwosu has passed on. That news has come, a shocking one, in all honesty. Except you're close to his family, you probably would have heard that he wasn't feeling fine at some point. For someone like me who didn't get any wind of it, I'd say this is a shocker for me that he has passed on. May his soul rest in peace on Football Live. Yes, we'll be back to take your comments and other talking points on the show. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back as the action continues right here.
To taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM.
With the corner kick, shooting star still looking for the 3 points here. And no, fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian Nightmare.
In this very moment, I'm king.
Criticised club record signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They're looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves, and Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
He's got the captain and run the game for Nigeria, the man who's played
is what we on the brink of.
Don't believe it! Aguero, with seconds of the season remaining, has won the Premier League title for Manchester City. Hollywood, make this movie.
They have become the first African side to win Olympic gold and to win a major world footballing tournament. And no wonder they'll celebrate. Nigeria with the gold medal.
I'm really trying to make it more than what it is, because everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Messi scores! Another massive milestone, a half-century of goals in the Champions League, and he's the youngest player to reach that figure.
Every moment is a treasure with Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
I wish that I could have this moment for life.
Brila FM, a complete deal.
'Cause in this moment I just feel so alive.
And now in news from the world of football, reports are surfacing that last year's changes to the UEFA Champions League may have come from a surprising source.
Here we go. Sources close to Lee are saying that Zlatan Ibrahimovic has been telling people the idea for the new format was all his idea.
Zlatan, last year we saw your announcement of the new format at the UEFA Champions League draw, and you were great.
Yes, I know. Zlatan is only here to help.
Okay, enough. You have to stop telling press and everyone else that we are making changes, because we are not.
This is the Champions League, where the best in the world come to compete. This is an all-or-nothing league, where legends are made and hearts are broken. Football never stands still. It always evolves. And now, the fans are getting more competitive games, so that every match, every goal, every point matters. The best club competition in the world just got better. Because this is the Champions!
Follow all in the UEFA Champions League season on Brila.
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Haile Gebrselassie.
Hi, I'm Michael Essien, midfielder.
My name is Jeremy Mikel.
My name is Danny Jordan.
My name is Kolo Toure.
Hi, my name is Thiago Vangira.
Hi, sports fans. My name is Victor Moses.
My name is Lightning Bolt.
I'm Joseph Yobo.
My name is Austin J.J. Okocha.
This is David Dean, former Vice Chairman of Arsenal and the Football Association. We're on 88.9 Brila FM.
We're reaching out to bring the big names to you. Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. There's nothing like it.
And it all kicks off right here.
Breaking news straight to your phone. Brila Media is now on WhatsApp. Follow our official WhatsApp channel for the latest sports news, talking points, live updates, and in-depth coverage of sports events in Nigeria and around the world. From international tournaments to national teams, athletes, and exclusive stories. If it's sport, it's on Brila Media. To join, simply go to WhatsApp channels on your device. Search Brila Media and tap follow channel. No stress, no delays. Just sports as it happens. Brila Media, home of the fans.
Hey, sport fans, where you? More ways to take enjoy and package sport informate as you day on the go. Now to follow us on top our social media platform and website as it is hot. Breaking news we day. Live update with full ground. Transfer gist and confirmed gist with all the betterlicious analysis where they inside sports. Now we deserve like hot cake. Sharply follow us on top Twitter and Instagram at Brila FM 889. For Facebook, follow Sports Radio Brila FM. Come still visit our website, wey be www.brila.net. Make you no miss anything as we carry on closer to the action.
They are the heartbeat of the game. The voices that roar from Lagos to London. From the streets to the screens. They are more than fans. They are family. They are Brila Nation. You cheer, you chant, you celebrate every goal, every victory, every moment that matters. And every single day, Brilla Media celebrates you. The power, the passion, the pride of Brilla Nation. Brilla Media, the home of champions, the voice of the fans. United we stand, together we win. Because we are Brilla Nation.
He sent it in with that gorgeous left foot of his. Have you heard anything quite like this?
Absolutely not.
From London to Lagos. It was a long ball over the top. Oh, it's gone by the form book.
Yeah, it's a superb performance from Arsenal, really. Unbelievable.
Boom. Big goal in the relegation scrap.
Wow. Nigerian Frank Onyeka returns to the substitutes bench for Brentford.
That's why we stand out from the crowd.
If you're a Tottenham fan, you'll be jumping up and down.
Yeah, it was an absolute screamer. Fair play to Mikel Antonio.
Pick that one out. It's been a pleasure having you with us.
And when's it all going to end?
Football Live on Brilla FM.
And you could not have scripted this.
I'm sure we've got a cracker on our hands.
This game is incredibly and beautifully unpredictable.
Well, I said the wheels were falling off. Wheels, the doors, the steering wheel, it's all come off. Well, with just Wood one. Keeper headed off and goal.
Fantastic.
Didn't really see that one coming this afternoon.
Gone right under him. It's a shocker from the goalkeeper.
Where's it all gone wrong?
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Football Live are proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM has gone beyond one league.
How many do you want?
Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Welcome back, Football Live. The action continues right here, your Champions Star Sports Radio Brilla FM. Had to take a break after that announcement of the tragic news of the passing of Henry Nwosu, MON, a former Nigerian international, who passed on in the early hours of this morning. Gucci from Imo State says, I give Michael Carrick the job after this season ends ASAP. He's been around the English League to understand how it is run or how it runs. Michael is the man for the job for me. What other top managers are left in the world right now to take the job if isn't Carrick? Yes, if Carrick isn't giving him the job. This coming new season, the board should get him more players so that he can challenge on all fronts. Keep up the good work, guys. Thank you so much for that one. This guy, you sent like 3 messages. I'm not sure which I should read. And all are on the same topic. All are on the same topic. Okay, you said... Bola Tiamiu, that's your name. He says... okay, he's actually said the same thing in all of the messages. Let this season finish, and then... his scorecard will vindicate him whether or not he gets the job fully or to prevent another Frank Lampard at Old Trafford. But if at the end of the day, yes, if at the end we have a good scorecard, why not? Give it to Carrick and support him. May God rest the soul of Henry Nwosu. Amen. Thank you. Bolati Amiu, this one is from you. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, VP Bukino.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yeah, Joseph, I greet you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
This is the voice of Otto Patrick.
Okay.
let me use this opportunity to wish the family of Henry Wusu a bit of heart people this time around. Yeah, we just want to wish them to find a place in their heart to where they lost. And we ask him to have forgiveness from God, and God rest his soul.
Amen.
You know? And when it comes to coaching of Man U and Arsenal, they are not the same. Because Arsenal fans are most patient fans in Europe. And we have a trust in our legend. We don't criticize our legend the way Man U legends are criticizing their best. So that's why Arteta was able to get the Arsenal job on recommendation from Arsene Wenger. And if you remember, in his first season, barely 6 months, he won the FA Cup to start with. That was why the board was able to be patient with him and allow him to have the job. And for a couple of years, about 2-3 years, when he got the job, he was not performing excellently. But because we were very patient, we believe in working in progress, you know, rebuilding process. And today, we are benefiting it. So I see no reason why Mayu cannot keep the job to carry. This is carry that picked Mayu from going down to the drain. And look at where he has steadied them to the place. And they are saying he doesn't have experience. Which experience did Arteta have before Arsenal gave him the job? It is when you grow in the job, your confidence gets higher and you begin to get more and more knowledge about the game. So I hope they will not regret like Nottingham Forest and Tottenham. So if they don't give him the job, I wish they don't regret it. That's my contribution.
Okay.
Have a wonderful celebration.
All right. Thank you so much for your contribution on the show this afternoon. And yes, we've actually been looking at Michael Carrick and all that is going on at Man United. Of course, we can look at much more. Let's switch gears right now and bring you, yes, more talking points as the action continues right here on Football Live. And this time around, of course, something very exciting as well. And we'll be talking about Chelsea. What about Chelsea? You're just about to find out, because Chelsea head coach Liam Rosinho insisted that he has a good enough goalkeeping option following Philip Jorgensen's costly error during his side's 5-2 Champions League defeat to Paris Saint-Germain on Wednesday. Jorgensen was playing only his second match since displacing Robert Sanchez, who was benched after a poor performance in the loss to Arsenal earlier in March. But a misplaced pass from the Dane, yes, in the 74th minute at the Parc des Princes, allowed PSG to take a 3-2 lead. After that, the European champions reaped into Chelsea, whose confidence appeared to drain again after, of course, going behind for a third time on the night, undermining what had been a solid display to that point. It was, yes, it has brought even greater scrutiny to bear on the club's goalkeeping situation. Rosinho's decision to drop the Spaniard after the Emirates defeat came as a surprise, particularly since he has appeared this season to have eradicated some of the errors that marred his first 2 years at Stamford Bridge. Is Liam Rosinho trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist at Chelsea with the goalkeeping situation? Joseph?
Yeah, I agree so. I think I want to not believe that he's allowed the noise of the fans get to him. I mean, we've been down this road before. Maresca with Robert Sanchez, and then with Petrovic, and then with basically chopping and changing goalkeepers all around. And I feel like it's just basically going the same route, and eventually it's going to find out, because it just gives you the feeling of, okay, this team is not even stable. It looks like the instability is there, and because at one point you feel like, okay, what does this goalkeeper add to the team? Yeah, I'm not sure it's all that particular about goalkeepers playing out from the back, and whether it does or not. But we can see basically that those guys are identical. They don't have it in their locker. and I think it's just best for you to move forward with whatever you have. You know, maybe by summer you can try to, but maybe by summer, you might try to bring in another, goalkeeper. But at this point in time, where I feel like you're on the thick of things and you're looking at a possibility of missing out on Champions League, which obviously is money to a club like Chelsea at this point in time, and the reputation they have, probably even missing out. Okay, maybe not particularly to miss out on Europa League, but the truth is, you need every game as much as possible, to win. And the more you preach stability, you try to get stability, but you are doing opposite of what you are supposed to be, do. You are doing opposite of what you are supposed to be doing. I think it just messes up the entire work. And so, having known that, okay, this is what you have, this is what this is how you want to play, and you're short-handed at this part of the team, I think it is important that you recognize that. So that will probably shape how you want to recruit in the summer. And to be honest, are we going to ask ourselves how many goalkeepers in this world today you confidently say are better than Robert Sanchez? Not particularly plenty. And the ones that are available, there's no way you are picking them from their team and coming to Chelsea, because I mean, if they are playing in respective big clubs, what does Chelsea have to offer them that the big clubs don't, except maybe those that possibly don't have the Champions League, or probably even the money. I think apart from that, absolutely no reason why. I mean, he's played every cup game, the Premier League as well, Champions League, probably to rest him. I do not know. Again, sometimes some of these, he probably maybe has enough before, maybe some minor complaints, and then for precautionary measures. But on the strength of what he adds to the team, the sporting merit, again, there's absolutely no reason why another goalkeeper, the second choice, should be starting over Robert Sanchez. It should not be happening if you want that stability.
Okay, let's go to the championship and let you know that Coventry are currently taking on Southampton. It is goalless after 7 minutes. Same scoreline in the game between Middlesbrough and Bristol City. Of course, you also have Oxford United taking on Charlton Athletic. That want to back himself up and say, oh, you know what, I don't think that's the problem, because I played him against Aston Villa and we won that game, and the moment he won that game, I knew he was actually going to go that route and do it a second time. But this time around, it has become costly now, and people are raising questions as to maybe Sanchez shouldn't have played in the first place. Again, you have to stand up for the decisions you make as a coach. It could backfire, it could be something special, or it could keep you stagnated and be in the same place where you are. I mean, Igor Tudor, for me, was one guy I felt there was no need to you have about 10 matches to the end of the season, except you go farther than where you round of 16 in the Champions League. What point are you trying to prove? Vicario is your best choice. There's nowhere in the world where that conversation between him and Kingsley is going to come up, and then you say, I doubt if Kingsley is even number one for the Czech Republic. And then
they've got this former Man United boy. He was at Bayer Leverkusen last season.
What's that guy now? I might have to check. But then
Kovar. Is it Kovar?
Is it? I don't think. And then you look at all of these things, and then you come up with he just decided to go for that goalkeeper, probably trying to create competition where it doesn't exist. But in a Champions League game, I felt it was too costly, and big questions about why does he still have a job? Why has Tottenham not decided on him already? I mean, he's interim after all. It's not such a big deal that you'll be talking about what has happened in that case right now. But yes, is Liam Rosinho trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist?
Matej Kovar.
Aha. Is he trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist at Chelsea by switching Sanchez and bringing on Jorgensen? Of course, the action right here on Football Live. Let's take your thoughts. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Vicky the Volcano.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, I greet you once again.
Welcome.
Joseph, I greet you. Good
afternoon. Yeah, welcome.
Yes, I come in peace. Now, I done your question on the world champion. So, I pray may the soul of Aaron also rest in perfect peace.
Amen.
Talking about my darling Chelsea, Vicky, you know, when this man come, before this man said they announced the the signing of this man, Simeon, they are already divided. Some say no give and the job, some say give and the job. Maybe they do well for Strasbourg. Now they don't give and the job. And since when this man comes, he watch the match, all the match, some of the matches we Chelsea don't play. But he say even though Chelsea they lose, but then they always possess match more than the opponent team, even when they are losing. So for me, but the man, he came with a pattern, but he forgot that when Chelsea is pressing, what now happened to the defense? If he doesn't have that defense, and this man will use to implement a pattern. Because when Chelsea is pressing, the defense is always open. You cannot trust that defense. You understand? This season, most of the matches which don't play, I've watched some of the matches. Just then they dominate possession. But they forgot that when they lost the ball, maybe during that possession of the what now happened to the defense? Who will stand for that defense? Nobody. We don't have the defense like Arsenal. You understand? So for me, the pattern which that man carry come, they work. Because the defense is nothing to write my back. You understand? If you want, let's go back to that Arsenal game. That Arsenal won Chelsea 1-0, the returning leg of that Carabao Cup. You can tell how Arsenal take to win that game. What is his name? The former Chelsea player. The guy that scored the only goal. You see where he took that ball. There was nobody in that defense again. You understand? The guy just dribble one or two people and just put the ball in the back of the net. So for me, man has a pattern which you want to implement, but no defense. So for me, if they can get him a good defender as made in the transfer window, I believe we are good to go, you understand? But the pattern cannot work. That's a good defense. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much for that one as well. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, try to reach us again. And let's hear from you. Is Liam Rosinho trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist at Chelsea? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vicky.
Yes, welcome.
Ike, the talk.
Ike, how are you today?
First of all, no. That answer is no, because Sanchez don't do this mistake for past 3 years. Since when he comes to us, he don't do that the same mistake.
Okay.
So that mistake don't matter until 19. So why they blame this? Now the only person when I go blame here now that's goalkeeper where they give chance. He just embarrass that the coach will give him that chance. Yeah, the Lisa Sanchez and this goalkeeper they the same level. But he can't do and we no need to do one against JEG. Then we need to show the cup will win for their hand. No mistake. So now the thing will happen. And another thing they say, the kind ball where then they pass from our midfield, the goalkeeper. If you don't coach come to no change that thing. You go attack it from attack, you bring that ball and that ball will enter our goalkeeper. So every time you see even our goalkeeper even touch more than some midfielders in the game. You look opponent, whether you are playing small team or big team, you will see our goalkeeper go play ball more than small team goalkeeper. That is no good. They affect even if you bring some good goalkeepers, they will know. Giving them ball every minute of the game. While I go sit there for their head. So let that coach tell them, let them know the pass ball, go back. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that one also on the show. But I think that thing you're asking for is hard to control. That coaches, players, coach should tell them not to pass the ball backwards. I mean, as long as you are retaining possession, if you're keeping possession, you're indirectly defending. It is the ball that the opponent have that they will score with. So I hear that a lot of times. Oh, don't play out of the back. Don't pass the ball backwards. Hey. You may have to have the balls for that. A lot of you are reacting to the fear that you have. That, what if the opponent take the ball and score? That's the worst that can happen. That's the worst that can happen. But yes, to say that don't pass the ball to the back, would you rather lose it to an opponent than pass it to your own player who's not under pressure? I think it happens, and it's not something I want to address. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hello, Vicky. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Okosi Martin.
Welcome to Football Live.
We already know that we have problem in the goalkeeping position. Now, that goalkeeper that is playing, if you don't want to be goalkeeper, you want to come and be a midfielder, let him just come and be a midfielder.
But you guys
because
have midfielders.
Because they are passing ball, always going to the back. Now, see that mistake now. When we were playing that game 2-2, we were very comfortable. Until that season mistake, just pass the ball and give to Bakola. So that too much of passing, I'm not saying that they should not be passing to him, but the too much of passing is getting too much. And now, the coach, sometimes you just remove, when you see that the game is very tough. How will you be removing Kopama, removing this person and bringing Garnacho? And even if Garnacho has played the past 2 games, he has played well, yes. But at that point, is the point where you need this classic or experience something will now play on it. You bring Garnacho and bring Delap. We are just doomed. I just pray God will help us with our PE coach, the PE coach, teacher. After that, God will help us. They should give us a better coach and help us bring defenders. See, this man, Fofana. It's not that you are just running as if you are a reckless ticket. Abbas meet this guy. He was just going back. Saying, now the ball is not like this. Now went this way. Now the ball is not the ball this way. Give me a beg. Don't give me a heartbreak.
You see, when they use eye, they watch this match from house. Now you they see all the mistakes. They belly go this way, they belly go. Okay, now a few people they belly go twist as it twist. They no go move. The belly could have taken a shot with any of his foot. He went this way and he went this way. He was looking for the angle. It wasn't because he was even trying to twist and turn the player. He was looking for his angle. If you see better goal, they appreciate him. So the PSG defense that went to sleep when Enzo Fernandez scored that goal and sneaked in and scored that goal, were they also not supposed to do their job? See, it is either from the intelligence of one team or the smartness of a player or the mistake of another. One of these situations will pop up. Maybe you have a superior tactics that others can't find a response to, or your players are very intelligent when it comes to making decisions in the final third and then they take advantage of it. Or the mistake of one team. I mean, you want to clear out and then you miscue and it goes into your net. These things happen. I don't think it was a Fofana problem. Again, I still say it. That the time Chelsea considered those 2 late goals was also key to why they lost that game. Let's even go back to you conceding a goal when I think it was. Wait, I might have to also bring back the numbers so that we can have a clear view of this thing. And I know that with the scoreline, yes, it is so easy to jump on it now and say, oh, they had a poor game. And yes, but that's if you are looking at the scoreline. Let's leave banter to one side. If it was in terms of how Chelsea played that game, I think they had a great game overall. But let's look at the time Vitinha scored that goal. 74 minutes. 74 minutes from a mistake. And then, of course, Vitinha lobbed it past the goalkeeper, and that ended in the back of the net in the 74th minute. And then 4 minutes later, PSG brought on Mayulu, took out Bradley Bakola, and then they brought on Lucas Hernandez at about the same time and took out Warren Zaire-Emery. Chelsea responded in the 83rd minute, bringing on Lavia and Delap. Now, at that point in time, because Chelsea had come back twice in that game, I think there was every reason for them to bring on an attacking player who they probably felt would give them a bit of an edge. And then a midfielder taking out, Cole Palmer and bringing on a midfielder. You could look at it 2 ways. Why take out your player who, of course, could give you something, and then you're bringing on a DM? Maybe you felt, okay, Cole Palmer was not particularly affecting the game, and in that situation, let's stop them from scoring as much as possible. And if he doesn't extend beyond one more goal, we'll be able to probably overturn the result and say, okay. But I think this was also where they started thinking of the game against Newcastle. This was for me where they started thinking about the game against Newcastle, because Lavia and Delap came in they came onto the pitch in the 83rd minute. And 3 minutes later was when Kivicha scored that goal in the 86th minute. And then he got a yellow card. Of course, he took his shirt off and all of that stuff. And okay, but Hanacho came on in the 88th minute shortly after Kivicha, replacing Malo Gusto, who was down on the pitch, and then there was a concern. Don't forget, there was a little bust up that went down, and all the guys had to rally themselves, and then that goal came. And then Kivicha also scored in the 94th minute. 94th minute, at that point in time, Chelsea were chasing 2 goals. What would you rather do? PSG just saw that it was an opportunity for these guys who were already demoralized for us to turn the screw and get the goals that will put us at an advantage going into the second leg. At least we would know that, okay, we scored 5 goals at home, which gives us a 3-goal cushion heading into the second leg. I think at that point in time they were getting tired. And it's also typical of what I saw from the pattern I saw from Luis Enrique last season. I mean, it's okay to look at how teams play, but it's very vital to study their patterns. They can bring guys who would rock your fullbacks and get your entire backline tired, make them play high line so that they can always run in behind because they have good amount of pace. And then just when you're thinking the game might as well end here, they bring on another winger who is equally as good, and he has fresh pair of legs for him to run at your defense. I'm not sure. Jorgensen had his own case, yes, which was really bad because it was 2-2 at the time he gave away the ball, and who knows, maybe it would have ended that way. But Reece James also made a mistake that led to Kivicha scoring those goals. And I think that's also something we do not exactly want to talk about because, of course, the focus is on the goalkeeper and the manager who made the decision to start a goalkeeper who was not his first choice. But the way it went in that particular game, I think at some point in time, Chelsea were already thinking a 3-2 loss will not be so bad. Let's just stay in the game as much as possible. Maybe what would have happened in that case was to bring on more defenders and ensure that, okay, more midfielders and crowd the midfield. In fairness to him, he brought on a Delap, and then he brought on a Hanacho. Again, he brought on Lavia as well to be in the midfield. Now, a midfield that had Lavia, that had Enzo, and also had Caicedo, there should be questions around why those guys were unable to do the job and prevent, because there was a total collapse in the midfield. And so I think to actually just put it down to the goalkeeper is too simplistic. Not saying, this is not me saying that he does not have his own fault as far as this one is concerned, but it looks really simplistic. Again, Chelsea were very much in the game, and statistically, as far as the game is concerned, I think Chelsea had a good performance. 9 shots, 8 of those were on target, 2 big chances, only 2 corner kicks in the game. They had only 1 yellow card in this game as well. The referee only gave 1 yellow card in the whole of this game, and Chelsea had a good one. PSG had 9 shots, only 4 of those were on target. Chelsea had 8 shots on target. 8 shots on target. They didn't have the big chances. On big chances, of course, PSG edged them by 2 extra big chances because they had 4, Chelsea had 2. But again, Chelsea had a good game. XG on target, Chelsea were 1.79. This is the science part of it. You may exactly sound like Greek to you, but these are aspects where you feel that, okay, they had a good outing, but they were let down. As far as the first half is concerned, it was only with big chances that Chelsea edged them in terms of big chances. Chelsea had 6 shots, 3 on target, and 3 big chances. Overall in the game, I think Chelsea had a great game. They had 9 shots, 4 on target, 4 big chances, Chelsea, and then 3 corner kicks. In these aspects, the total XG Chelsea had in this game, 1.56, PSG 0.90. Now imagine if for a team that had almost half your XG, thumping 5 goals past you. PSG just knew when to be clinical, and they did it. They had only 2 big chances, but 8 shots on target from 9. 8 shots on target from 9. Chelsea had 4 big chances, 4 shots on target out of 9. And it could have gone their way, in all honesty. In the second half was where PSG actually won this game. Second half was where they won the game because Chelsea barely did much in the second half apart from the 2-2 equalizer. It was 3 shots, 3 goals for PSG, and 2 big chances for PSG. And they were just able to make all of those count, and at the end of the day, they go into the reverse fixture. But yes, this is not particularly about that game. This is about Liam Rosinho, if he is trying to fix a problem that does not exist, because the criticism has been that, oh, this goalkeeper should not have been the one to play in this game because Robert Sanchez is better than him and he should have given Sanchez the opportunity. And that's what this talk is about. Let's hear from you on the show this afternoon. 09040 1089, 09040 4089. Let's, of course, hear from you on the show. Well done, guys. Yes, Kefas from Onamra says, this man, Liam Rosinho, is definitely a confused coach. Yes. So, because of the fans' reaction, you are dropping your number 1 goalkeeper on the bench in a UCL match. Oga, you don't have any problem. You are looking for a solution. I said no now. Keep your first choice goalkeeper for the big competition. With the soul of Henry Mosu, rest in peace. Amen. Thank you so much for that one. And this one here says, okay, let's take this one. It says, good afternoon, Mr. President. It says, anytime Chelsea lose a game, every one of their fans will turn on the coach. Look at the book of lamentation they are opening. Let the Chelsea board learn to give their coaches time to build the team, and let their fans also stop all of these talks that would make no sense. Cry, cry, cry. Okay? Decency from Lupeju. This one is from you on the show today. Okay? Yes, yes, we've announced that news already. I see what you're trying to do there. Thank you for that one. Samuel, thank you for that one. We got it already, and we've announced the passing of former Nigerian international Henry Mosu, yes, MON, yes, who of course passed on in the early hours of this morning. May his soul peacefully rest with our Creator. Okay, yes, yes, we're talking about Chelsea at this point in time, and let's take your thoughts on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, you.
Good afternoon to you.
My name is Ifani.
Ifani, how are you doing today? Welcome.
I'm fine. The Chelsea coach.
Yeah, go on.
You see, the Robert Sanchez is a fine goal stopper. This other guy is nowhere near him in terms of stopping goal. If you are saying you just want a ball playing goalkeeper, fine.
What happened? What happened? Try to reach us again. Try to reach us again, and let's hear from you. Let's let you know that Krasnodar had what was like the last kick of the game. They had a late penalty in the game against Sochi. They scored from the penalty in the 95th minute, and not long after then, of course, in the 97th minute, that game ended. But they won all 3 points on the road in that game. Yes, I reported earlier before that goal came that it was 1-1 at some point. But yes, they eventually won that game by 2-1. Yes, of course, I take more of your thoughts as we talk Liam Rosinho. Yes, is he trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist at Chelsea? Hello.
Hello. Yeah, the thing went off.
Okay, welcome back.
So, yeah, so we would have tried this guy in what you may consider as small games, giving some game time before launching him into that kind of situation. And you know why Chelsea fans are so angry against the goalkeeper, as it was the only mistake. The goalkeeper tried this over and over in the first half. It wasn't working. He was making that mistake, and he continued doing it. So at the time when he caused that first goal, it was a demoralizing goal. The players have fought. They considered the first goal, they came back. They considered the second one, they came back. They were not fighting to see if they can win the game or keep it at that level. You gave a cheap ball out like that. Ordinarily, James is not known for committing such making that kind of mistake. But the spirits were down in the team completely at the time because of what the goalkeeper has done. You could see Enzo Fernandez went to the goalkeeper and was shouting talking to him. So what kind of thing is this? So all the players, even the ones that were introduced, they couldn't move their legs after that time because they were no less, they have worked so hard to be where they were in that match and they prepared for it. And all the effort, somebody will just be giving it, somebody will just give it away like that. I think that was why everybody is turning on the goal. It's not like he didn't make any save in that match. I can't remember. I didn't see any. Sanchez would have made a save in that match out of those 4 goals. He would have stopped one. The one with red. Sanchez is good in stopping them with red. He would have kicked it out. Even the long ball dive. He didn't get any of it. He's not a good shot stopper like Sanchez. And he's not still as good in that ball playing that they want to do. He's not yet very exposed. So it's not tough matches like a Champions League that you want to use to begin to test one thing. So he's fixing a problem that does not exist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one on the show right here, of course, as we still talk action at Chelsea. Of course, looking at the situation there, yes, Liam Rosinho is the man who has become the focus on this particular talking point on Football Live. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello,
good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
I think your colleague.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Rachel Fan.
Go on.
Are you sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
Okay. I want to say that concerning Rovina, I believe he tried to, correct the error Chelsea and Chelsea over the city. Just that the goalkeeper let him down. But granted that he committed errors and errors. So he said, okay, let me try this guy. So what this guy can make. Would you make up for that? So I would say, let me just at the end of the season, they can fix that part. The goalkeeper can fix it. You understand? So we have problem with that part. And the goalkeeper, they are not the start. They expected that making errors and they don't manage it. The guy is very family, comes to other people. You understand? When you talk of goalkeepers and are solid, we don't manage those goalkeepers. They are not up to start. So it's not fair to see there's a problem there. So it's not okay. Let me say to something and do it then. There is nothing down. So the goalkeeper problem is there for them. So they need to correct it in the summer. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for that one. As the action continues right here on Football Live. Yes, keep the comments coming in. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, Victor.
Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, Samuel calling.
Welcome, Samuel.
You see, we've been unfortunate with goalkeepers since Edward Mendy left the club, you know. We've had as one Arinze Abalaka, that, you know, one of our best keepers since Edward Mendy left the club.
He was there before
and, coming to Sanchez and this young if a team that is serious wants to win a major trophy, you can't win with these two goalkeepers that are presently keeping for Chelsea. For the young manager at Chelsea now, you know, trying to rotate, you don't rotate your keeper. I don't know why the youngest played against Aston Villa. He rotated the goalkeeper again, and this guy, Sanchez, played in the FA Cup against West Ham. And this guy now played again in the Champions League. You don't rotate your goalkeeper. Goalkeeper should be a position you should, you know, there will be consistency in goalkeeping position. The young manager at Chelsea is trying to, you know, do some certain things. Maybe he's still experimenting to know what he will do by next season. I didn't blame the goalkeeper that kept on Wednesday, Jorgensen, because it was a team sport, not individual sport. So he made a mistake. He dreamed. When they win together. So now they have lost. They should take the blame. You know, not only the goalkeeper, though. He made a mistake. Some of the players also made mistakes. James made mistake that caused the top goal. So who singled him out? So it's a team something. But the manager should know that, you know, when you try to make those changes, especially the goalkeeping position, it affects the team because you should have a keeper that commands that back four, you know, always consistent. So the loss at Paris, it's not as if that we underestimated the value of PSG. PSG, they are still the current holders of the Champions League. They are European champions. So many people We never expected to go there and just brush them aside and come back. No. That is the Champions League. But I believe the manager is learning on the job. By next season, he should now know what to do and not what to do. But the problem for goalkeeping position, Chelsea, those two goalkeepers now, if you have them as a team, I don't think you are expecting to win any major trophy because their mistakes are numerous. Sanchez, is he better than Jorgensen? No. Jorgensen, is he better than Sanchez? No. So goalkeeping position is a problem at Chelsea. But let's see what the young manager will do in the summer, maybe by the end of the season, see where Chelsea finishes, and see what he can do. We've had good goalkeepers in the past, you know. When you talk about Peter Cech and even the current Real Madrid goalkeeper, Thibaut Courtois, all those guys kept for Chelsea. So, for now, between the two goalkeepers we are having now, I don't know the one I would choose. But the young manager should know, stop rotating the goalkeeping position. If Sanchez should be the man you trust, keep him there till the end of the season. If the said, allow him to be there. Because of this mistake he has done on Wednesday now, maybe in today's game we'll see Sanchez. So being not those ones, that inconsistency in making decisions for goalkeeping position will be very, very, it will turn out to be a negative one for the team going forward. Thank you very much.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for that one on the show. 8 minutes in the La Liga fixture between Girona and Bilbao. Girona have taken the lead. 1-0 it is in that game. And I can tell you that in the CAF Confederations Cup, Otoho, the Oyo, of course, they take on Zamalek. It is goalless after 9 minutes. In League One, Lincoln lead against Stockport by 1-0. Rodham lead against Bolton Wanderers by 1-0. While in the championship, of course, no goals recorded in all 3 games taking place at this point in time, as these games are currently all in the 39th minute. Hello, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes. So, what I would say for the issue with C is not more than just about manager. I think it's a system setup. This kind of the players at the club cannot deliver the results. And that thing, and Chelsea had no business losing the game. At the end of the day, PSG won the game out of inexperience from the players of Chelsea. People who say Chelsea is learning on the... I can tell you, next season will be the same story. The board has messed Chelsea up, and it's going to continue that way. Nothing's going to change. It's getting worse than what we had before. So I'm not going to have headache on the squad. I'm not having any expectation from the coach, because I can assure you, if they even say they want to bring a new coach, they will bring a one that's worse. Because no right-thinking manager who understands his owners will work with this structure that's going on in Chelsea. And that's why they couldn't hire Enrique. And it will continue like that. So no matter how you analyze it, don't worry, the next season will be worse. We are having another match with Tottenham now. How can you substitute players after spending 2 billion and you bring in a substitute team, and that substitute team throw away the game? And if I think we're still in the game, and you use a substitute, and all of a sudden you lost 5-2. It's as good as inexperienced profile of players, and if we continue that way.
Okay. All right, so thank you so much for that one. Yes, let's go to the comments right now, of course, on WhatsApp. This one says, good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. The greatest problem of Chelsea fans are, though I'm one of them, we are so impatient, thereby putting coaches under undue pressure to try to look for quick fix. To me, Rob Sanchez would have done a better job. Sanchez has been improving compared to the early seasons. Yes, the earlier seasons. And I wonder why Liam just decided to fix what was not broken at all. If it was Sanchez in goal, I bet Chelsea wouldn't have considered 5 goals in that game. Theo Cyril, this one is from you. Okay. I mean, I was going to say don't make this about Chelsea fans, but you say you're one of them. But tone it down a little. Let's attack the topic and not make the fans suffer the brunt of it, because again, there's a lot of pressure coming in from here, coming in from there. Yes, but with the way things went, I think the primary reaction that has followed this game is the fact that, we had something going. Maybe if we stuck with our first choice goalkeeper, who knows? It probably would have been worse. But sometimes you can't back these things up because the actual scenario has played out already.
Yes,
now,
I was going to mention that.
The manager is also putting his footing on, but we won against Aston Villa 4-1. Where was all this reaction? Because someone actually asked him at the presser yesterday to say, don't you think it's because you played Jorgensen instead of Sanchez? He said, I tried this same thing over the last midweek before the FA Cup match at weekend, and we won against Aston Villa 4-1. Where was all this reaction?
I think, first of all, people just want to quickly give opinions on, they want to be proven right. I think that's the first. That's the first thing.
It's so common these days.
Yes, everybody wants to be proven
I
right.
said it.
I talk I not tell you. So, and I think people are too hasty. I feel like there's a little bit of shift going on. People are no longer patient. People want instant gratification for everything, and they don't want to leave room for any process. And I've started to see even Chelsea fans and hear them say, this man is not the man for the job, and all of that, despite only losing to Arsenal and PSG in the same time period since he's taking over and won games. And that's the reason why you hear
like he's not supposed to lose games at all.
Exactly the point. So yeah, I might not agree with the fact that he's decided to substitute goalkeepers, and I feel like if it's not broken, don't try to fix it. But the truth is, many times they would be the ones to first come outside and say, okay, yes, I agree, I was at fault for this. Maybe this should not have happened. But I feel like people just want a robot-like kind of vibe. This is what happens, and therefore this has to happen. And people just don't want people don't want to be humans anymore. I think that's just what how I want to encapsulate the entire thing. And for me, whether you're a fan of the guy or not, because I know a lot of Chelsea fans who obviously want. I mean, after Maresca has done whatever he's done, they want a manager who is maybe better than him in terms of pedigree, his CV, and what he's won before. I can understand that, but the truth is, at the end of the day, you have to back the manager however it comes. And for a manager that's not doing as bad as he, to be fair, I'm not his greatest fan. In fact, I've been skeptical about it. That's not to say I've not it's been sold to me yet, but I think with the way he's handled the games, the kind of the manner with which he's been winning games, how they play, I think it's just about being fair. It's probably the same vibe as Maresca came in, and again, you might not like the man, but the truth is you also have to give him his flowers when due. And the reason why people will continue to cast aspersions is because they do not like him. I think they had, you just read out the stats, and if by maybe just being clinical enough, maybe people would do their jobs the way they were supposed to, probably the game would not be have been
yes.
that's
yes.
why. And then you can also say,
double down on that.
Yes, you can also say the quality wise, Chelsea are not where they are supposed to be against the PSG with elite players. Maybe not everywhere all around, but the truth is Kvaratskhelia basically came into the game and made it about himself alone, and he took the attack. That's what quality gets you. And then you have what you look at what Rosenio has to work with. You look at that quality from the bench. It's not exactly as good as what you even have on the pitch of play. Garnacho coming in, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe he picks his times, especially FA Cup games, especially against little teams, small teams when he does that. But the truth is, he can only try as much as possible to work with what he has. And hate him or not, I think he's doing a really good job. For you to be able to stretch PSG to that point, I don't think up until 74th minute where they got that chance, PSG would think maybe they would win that game by even maybe 2 goals. But the truth is, sometimes when your quality is not as good as what you have on the pitch of play, the substitutions, they are not game winners. Sorry or not sorry, Liam Delap is not going to win you games. He's not done it before for Chelsea. Maybe that FA Cup game he came in and then he had 3 assists, and that's about it.
Would
this quality would they get with that?
Would the conversation have been different if this was the Cole Palmer under Pochettino, who practically scored in every chance he got inside the box?
I think it would have been different because that Cole Palmer basically dragged everybody along with him.
Could we say the same thing for Manchester City, to say that a Haaland who's not firing this season is exactly why City appear to be stuck? Because, I mean, it has taken until January now before we've seen that Semenyo has taken them over the line a couple of times.
I think it's not far-fetched. When the season started up until the middle points, I think he had 45% of the
entire goals of Manchester City, and there were concerns that if he suffered any injury or anything whatsoever, it was going to affect them.
100%.
Yeah.
And I think when you have quality like that, and it's somehow I feel like what is happening with Cole Palmer is exactly what is happening with Haaland. I do not know whether it is confidence. Why I really do not know, because you cannot look like
when you are trying and trying, it
doesn't just click.
It starts to affect confidence at some point.
So
it starts to affect it because you are the same guy, but you just can't pull off the same things.
And
there's no way it won't have a knock-on effect on your confidence.
I think it's just about the same thing. Chelsea are suffering from a decline in quality, and again, I've been hearing some crazy thoughts about under Rosenio. Caicedo is now average. Enzo is now, and I feel like sometimes maybe we need to touch grass.
No,
not every
Caicedo is not average. I just think that for the things he was getting away with, and we were all applauding those things to say it was how they wanted to play, and I think the ripple effect was that in terms of discipline, the chicken started coming home to roost.
Yes.
Because we now saw a new manager who came into the side, and he saw that the disciplinary issues they had were actually costing them. I mean, I think on the average, a lot of the fans don't have problems with Chelsea going toe-to-toe with some of these opponents, even if they are one man down.
Yes. Yes.
And everybody can hide behind that excuse to say, oh, yeah, if say we complete, we forfeit, win the match. But a new manager comes who doesn't want to lose any player on the pitch because he knows how costly the numerical disadvantage can be, or how important a numerical advantage can be for the opponent against them, says, let's instill discipline. You cannot be flying into tackles like that. This is not the Copa America. And everybody thinks the player is not stepping up anymore. I don't think that's the case.
I think whether I like it or not, he as a player has to mature.
This is March. Yeah. Season ends in May. We are at that point of the season where if players are going through a rough patch, you probably would want to give them the benefit of the doubt because these guys are not machines.
Exactly.
Fatigue is a common feature at this time of the season. At this stage of any season, fatigue is a common feature. So if you find people who are finishing strong, they have practically done their job in such a way that, I mean, even with the PSG and all they have been able to do, how many points are they ahead of Lens?
No, it's not wide.
So these things happen, and I don't think it is unfortunately, the man has been thrown into a place where he's expected to fix things. But I think also that the way ideas form in the heads of people, me inclusive, is that, myself inclusive, is that once something starts looking good, you start having hopes and then it starts building. The way these things sometimes work is that the man came in and won a couple of games and we're like, okay, we don't have anything to worry about. Because, I mean, there were doubts that Maresca was leaving and this guy was a downgrade and all of that stuff. But yeah, the man came and started winning games. And in all the number of matches he has played, if you look at it, only Arsenal and PSG have beaten him. 4 losses in all of these games put together. Yes, there were questions around how did they pull a draw against Burnley? How did they draw against Leeds United in a game they had a 2-goal advantage? But again, I'm not sure we're asking the right questions if we're also not asking ourselves if we had all those chances against Burnley and we didn't put them away, and then we had a man sent off, and Burnley had a resurgence towards the end of the game where they were trying to finish strong, nothing to lose, and scored from a corner, and then we want to put it at the foot of the manager. A manager can actually guide you to the final third. If you think it is his job to put the ball in the back of the net,
you have no business talking about football, because you just need to be averagely good to know where the ball, where the ball needs to end up at.
So, if it wasn't Donnarumma that shipped in 3 goals at the Bernabeu, people would have said, what was Pep thinking? Why did he play Trafford on the night and did not play Donnarumma?
Because Donnarumma is a magneto.
Okay. Himself they collect now. Wow. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Yes, welcome.
Joseph, I greet you.
I greet you, my brother. Welcome.
Wilson on the line.
Okay.
See, for me, I like that question you ask. Whether this man is trying to solve the problem that does not exist. I think he's trying to solve the problem that Chelsea doesn't have this season. At least this season. And because, yes, I understand Sanchez was good. All of us were calling for him to be maybe sold. But Sanchez picked up his form against PSG, this same PSG, in the FIFA Club World Cup. And before Chelsea scored 3 goals, Sanchez makes 2 saves against the Zaradua and this guy, Dembele, to keep Chelsea in a goalless draw before Chelsea started scoring. And when Chelsea scored immediately in the second half, he still saved against Dembele to make PSG score and maybe give them that chance to maybe do a comeback. You understand? And then in the Premier League this season, Sanchez has been good. Under Maresca, this guy has kept, I think, 9 or 8 clean sheets. And that time, some of us started comparing him with David Raya, saying Raya is ahead of him because of the defense Raya has and the defense Chelsea do have too. You understand? Because Chelsea will say, okay, to say, go with the Kinnikon.
Yeah, go on. Hello, Wilson. What happened? Okay, try to reach us again. The conversation continues, and we're talking about Liam Rosinho, and if you think he's trying to fix a problem that does not exist by the change of goalkeepers that we've seen at Chelsea in the last couple of matches. Good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. I'm Ahmed from Ikorodu. He says, I wonder if some coach know they learn. Against Chelsea, yes, at least Chelsea coach knew what happened to Tottenham Hotspur the previous day and still went on to do the same mistake. Unbelievable. Again, the man asked the question yesterday, and I'll ask you that question. When he had the same goalkeeper in goal, and at the Villa Park he won 4-1, was he thinking of Tottenham Hotspur? This one here says, good afternoon, guys. You did not add your name. You did not add your name. So if you don't add name, we usually skip. This one says, good afternoon, VQ, and my fellow United fan, Joe. My name is Wilson. Maresca will always... Yes, Maresca was doing quite a great job, but then he got sacked, and they decided to bring in an actor in Ramsey Noah for us to watch epic Nollywood movies entitled Chelsea in the Mud. So why is everybody complaining? Because me, I'm enjoying this interesting movie. I'm expecting part 2. Thanks, guys. Wilson. And what for you? I hope you are not the Wilson I'm thinking, because now I was saying something now and you didn't finish. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, brother.
Good afternoon.
Joseph, I agree to you. I'm an education officer. My name is Soti Efosa, also known as Basunda Professor Kobioko, a.k.a. Mayu Destroyer. This manager, so far so good, they do well, apart from Enzo Maresca exit. But the something that is there now is that this very particular thing that which is this Sacheba, change out to this very particular keeper, but he's not supposed to do it because he is champion to this one, not the Premier League or FA Cup or Canada Cup. So for me, now for them it's better, very, very wrong. So far so good, because it's still good to go. But what I want you to do is the return leg, they don't get that kind of mistake because our people think I'm miserable. You see, we let someone up at that, and I didn't need some of it now. You know what I'm making to my brother.
So that's no good now. That's no
you know, someone they are breaking out for PT. If I bought the key, don't stop the key left. If you see Archie, you go the run. So for me, Chelsea go see back. I still believe that they will qualify. They will beat you every like 4 goals to 0 for the return leg. Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, thank you so much for that one as well. He believes Chelsea can actually stage a comeback. I mean, his last comments before he ended the call. Let's take more calls. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Vicky.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
Good afternoon.
Uche, the amazing Chelsea fan.
What happened to you today? I'm talking in slow motion.
I walk.
Oh, okay.
Finish me.
Hey, yeah, take a easy.
Listening to everything.
Take a easy.
See, Vicky.
Yeah.
People complaining about Jorgensen and complaining about Sanchez. They forget that when this man came, he used Sanchez. He was using Sanchez, but against Arsenal and that bonding match, Sanchez was struggling to play from the back. Almost every ball that went to that guy, he was shaking. He didn't do it one match, second match. What's it called? Rosenio or whatever is our coach name. He's not interested like the way Maresca can allow Sanchez. Okay, Maresca brought in Jorgensen. Jorgensen did one mistake. He put him in the bench. Sanchez did couples of mistakes. He did not put him on the bench. So this coach cannot be like Maresca. I like what he's doing now. He's making us play. Vicky, let me tell you the truth. I don't like football club that when they are beating them, they are there sleeping, or they are beating them, they are playing boring football. Play good football. If you lose, I will even say we try. They lose. People are saying Maresca. Yes, Maresca will turn up for one big match, do one good thing, and the next match we are playing like a secondary school this thing. If they just cause one goal, it's actually setting. I will go to my distance, front it, and know that we are losing that match. Even when we are winning 2-0, if I see the way they are playing, I will go. And they don't prove me wrong. They were giving me money that time because Maresca made us so weak. But Chelsea fans don't see it. If this man loses against two big teams, fine. He's losing against them. He's on a learning process. If he continues like this next season, then I cannot judge him. But what I'm saying as a Chelsea fan is every decision he's taking is worth it. He has proven that we don't have any number one. We don't have number one. So we need a goalkeeper. Then they are proving that our defense has issue, and he's showing it to the board, and they are seeing it. So they should give him. I'm giving him this time to take care of these things, wumble and form. Whether if you like, let him come out of the Champions League. It's none of my business. They should come and focus the Premier League. Let's see what next season has for us. I'm enjoying football now, no. Not like Chelsea that will be playing that time, will be losing. I'm also angry that we are not playing anything. At least right now we are losing, we are playing something.
For your contribution on the show. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, welcome.
This is Peter from Pangu.
Okay, Peter, welcome.
Yes, I am a Chelsea fan, but I must say that anybody that says Chelsea doesn't have any problem and this coach wants to solve, that person is making a big mistake. And it's not a Chelsea fan. Because all of us, we know how Sanchez were making a lot of mistakes. Sanchez doesn't know how to pass ball with legs. If all of us that are watching football and we're watching Chelsea football, we know how Sanchez has been making a lot of mistakes. So this guy came, this coach, wants to test this second goalkeeper, whether he will do better. So as he said, it is not working. Understand. And now we know that maybe when we are necessary for how to buy, we need to buy, get a goalkeeper. Now we are seeing that the second choice is not good. So necessary we look at two goalkeepers that we're going to get. I Chelsea have a lot of issues, even in the defense. The life of Bakachi, the life of Upana, all those ones, those are not Chelsea standards. All those things need to be fixed in that Chelsea team. If you look at that particular guy here, PSG, my brother, even just make a lot of mistakes.
Second half have started, action in the championship, and it is goalless across all three centres right there. Yes, Oxford United against Charlton Athletic, it is goalless. Middlesbrough versus Bristol City, goalless. And Coventry versus Southampton is also goalless. I can tell you Frank Onyeka is in the midfield for Coventry City. Frank Lampard's team as they hope to pick all 3 points and consolidate on top of the table where they are. can further gain grounds in their race to end promotion back to the Premier League. Zamalek have made it 1-1 against Otoho. Yes, in that game. And Girona still lead 1-0 against Athletic Bilbao. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Mr. Daniel.
Welcome.
So, I want to not Chelsea. They are the first, they are the first.
Hello?
Yeah, so, and I don't see any reason why they make their goalkeeper always the music and then always they do on that card to carry out it is not good. They should at least from that defense, from that defense, the centre back, they should be pushing the forward and not give the over to any goalkeeper because they know that their goalkeeper are not good. When they are attacking, they are providing cases, they want to give the goalkeeper who has one nonsense feel like that the goalkeeper will do. They no color that we don't have the keeper. We don't have the keeper, and that's because we don't have the keeper. So they should focus on what they have and look that you look the keeper.
Okay, all right, thank you. I've also heard reactions like, oh, the lap no good. If say now Simede Chelsea attack at this time of the season, you know, no say Chelsea not sign now. Which I'm be say if say now Simede the attack with if or don't take defenders. I see. You know, no say he not be Chelsea player and he not they injured all this while. He not be Chelsea player now. Southampton have taken the lead against Coventry, 1-0. Yes, 1-0. Southampton have taken the lead in that game as they lead 1-0. 47 minutes. Yes, they have scored. 48 minutes actually. Yes, they have just taken the lead against Coventry. Coventry had their chance, didn't take it. Southampton stepped up, and yes, Downs. Yes, he took that chance and he has scored that goal. They lead 1-0. We'll go to more talking points on the show this afternoon. Of course, right here, your Champion Style Sports Radio Real FM. This time around, we'll be taking a look at some of the interesting ones right here. Now, in the middle of a Champions League tie, Real Madrid must take a brief detour to face Elche. The stakes are high. A win against the struggling side would put the Los Blancos within 1 point. Yes, within 1 point of Barcelona, as fans await the outcome of the clash between the Catalans and Sevilla. Yes, at the Camp Nou. But first, Elche stands in their way. Alvaro Arbeloa is dealing with 9 absences. Yes, 9. Including some long-term injuries. Eder Militao made a return to first-team training yesterday, but Jude Bellingham is being observed for the derby next Sunday, 22nd of March. Dani Ceballos continues his rehab for a right calf muscle injury. Star forward Kylian Mbappe and defender Alvaro Carreras, David Alaba, as well as Rodrigo, remain out with the Brazilian recently undergoing surgery that will keep him sidelined for nearly a year. Adding to the list, Ferland Mendy, who of course will miss action until the derby, and Franco Costantuono. With so many players unavailable, Arbeloa will turn to the academy for reinforcements. Considering the many injuries and the fixture still ahead, should Real Madrid focus more on the UCL than the La Liga? Should they focus more on the UEFA Champions League? They've won 15. When it gets to this stage of the competition, everyone says every team, including the favorites, they have a chance until they meet Real Madrid. And yes, we know their storied run in this competition, even when you don't fancy them as the best side. Should they focus, given the injuries they have, the team is stretched obviously, should they focus on the UEFA Champions League than the La Liga? Joseph?
To be fair, I think they basically run one of the biggest sides. As far as this season is concerned, in the Champions League, Manchester City. They basically run them to the ground, and you can say, okay, to an extent they have the game already in their bag. But there's still a second leg to play. But looking at the standings in the Spanish La Liga, I think they are 4 points adrift now, and that came because they lost back-to-back games against Getafe and Osasuna, by the way, which should not have happened. And I think they can basically do well in the Champions League without even their biggest stars. Yeah, I think they just need to take care of Manchester City, and I don't think it probably would get harder for them. If you're able to take care of Manchester City with minimum effort. And looking at Barcelona, on the other hand, Barcelona are not also squeaky clean in La Liga, because in their last 5 they lost to Girona, and you can always tell that you can at least try to patch up and meet up against them. They've done it before. At one point they were like 3 points clear or so, 4 points, and somehow they were they bottled it. I don't think the Champions League is that competition where they feel okay, we cannot do without it. And to be honest, I think even if they go ahead to win the Champions League, it just buys enough time for Arbeloa. I don't think he's the guy who will take them in the long run. I just feel like he's just the interim, and they'll see however it goes. But winning the Champions League would be a smokescreen. So I think for me, for Real Madrid, I think it is much more important they try to fix what they have going in the league. Barcelona are obviously going to drop points once again, and I don't think they'll win until the end of the season. But for Real Madrid, they have their players coming back. Bellingham is going to come back, Mbappe is going to come back, and I think it can give them that run of results where they can go, say 10 games. They have just 11 games to the end of the season, and I don't think it is impossible for them to do that. But for Barcelona, I think there's still 1 or 2 reasons why you say, okay, this team is not exactly that stable. Yes, they've scored 72 goals this season. That is also not to say they've been putting teams to the cleaners. I think it just comes maybe once or twice a month, and they go 2, 3 with that before that consistent result comes in. And I think for me, Real Madrid still have a chance. It's just 4 games, and if Barcelona just manage to not pick points in 2 games, I think the entire thing blows open again. So for me, I think they should try to, as much as possible, they can do without the Champions League. I don't think it's something that they will be so keen on, but just for the culture and for them to have maintain that stronghold, I don't think it's necessarily what they have to. But again, it's just one of those feel good factor trophies for Real Madrid specifically now. Again, I don't think it is the most important thing, but I think for La Liga, they have to absolutely cement their dominance once again, because whether we like it or not, it's slipping back to Barcelona. And I don't think it's something that they can live with in the long term. Okay,
let's see how that goes. Of course, what's going to happen as far as this one is concerned. Yes, let's take more of the contributions. You think Real Madrid should look at this trophy and say, you know what, Champions League looks a bigger one, and we've won it 15 times. We could go 16, and this team is stretched. Let's make sure we do not exactly do anything in the La Liga. Let's just put all that attention in the UEFA Champions League. Joseph says, well, doesn't think so. They've won this competition a lot of times before. I think it's the ambition of the president that is also driving a lot of the people there. He's not tired of winning it. The day they won the 15th, he said he had told Carlo Ancelotti in the dressing room already that we are gunning for 15th, and we should start working towards that. And again, keeping everybody on their toes. Yes, we've won it a lot of times. We should still win it again. Mbappe joins the team. He's never won it before, and everyone is saying okay. And on a season where he's on fire, he leads with 13 goals. He's out injured at this stage of the competition when everyone is expecting that he should be right there, firing the team to victory and making sure they are doing all the right things. But that's the story right now. Should they look at the Champions League and say, okay, let's face this competition, because, of course, team is stretched and there are more injuries as far as this team is concerned. Should they face the Champions League rather than all the work they are putting into the La Liga? You think that should be the case for Real Madrid? Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah. I greet Joseph Obisha out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the voice of Big Fish on the line.
What's your name, please?
Yeah, Big Fish on the line.
Your real name. Tell us your actual name.
Okay. Yeah, Big Fish is on the line.
Your real name, please.
He said?
Your government name.
Your real name, where your certificate?
That if you call me Big Fish, you're on point because you can call me Michael Big Fish. All this name I mean that I used to, data my...
Say Michael, a.k.a. Big Fish, please.
Yes, Big Fish is among all my name. It's not AKA. It's not AKA. When you try to see it complete, when I present every paper to you, it's because Big Fish is not just for mouth and AKA whatever. No, it's among my name.
The police catch you.
Yes, let me put my matter with this on the table. Yes, first and foremost, for Real Madrid, yes, Real Madrid should just try and reach the final and then I come back and win the La Liga. Because La Liga, if you check La Liga, you will see Barcelona they on top of them. For dominating that La Liga, Barcelona know how to win the La Liga more than them. So something that your brother used to dominate, you come back and fix it and know that you yourself deserve to be dominating. So for me, Real Madrid fall out of not win this La Liga start of this season. It's just because they are just looking one side of it. So for me, certainly what they ever win for Champions League. No, of course, Champions League they have a record out there. Win pass everybody. You are there every season. Yeah, if you don't win at 2 seasons, 3rd season you go win. So for me, Champions League just be like we attack away Real Madrid there. So for this point in time, for me, advising them to just like just focus on the La Liga, win La Liga rather for just be like semi-final of Champions League, then I focus on the La Liga. Maintain that base, and then I won that La Liga. That should be their priority this season. And technically, it took much concern of Chelsea and their coach issue. Okay. Yes, for concern of Chelsea and their coach, the young man just repeats a problem that is not existing at a Chelsea football club. Because if you ask me, you have a first choice. If you know that your first choice, yes, of course, you may use your second choice of goalkeeper, then I will win a match. Does not guarantee you that if you use it for second time, you will win them. Of course, if you know you have to see the difference football, how to analyze football, know what is going on there before you take your decision. Decision may backfire against you. What exactly are you doing? If you want to take that kind of decision, it's a risk. It's a risk into football. When you take this kind of a decision, when you use your first keeper or player, keep on the bench, then I can't use second choice, then I risk it. You will hear something from your fans. So for me, let me risk the show. Don't be like the young man just come and begin to risk his own career. For me, getting the first choice, then I use the second choice is a mistake. And it just never, that chance was big too. Don't be that bad keeper for Chelsea. Anytime you need to try. You get someone with the try, you keep using him now until you get your own choice. That's just like I'm only missing on Anna at Man United. They keep using him without until when you play on keeper. Lamed, then you continue to use Lamed consistent. That's how it's supposed to be. You keep using the pressure that you met there along the line. You might change it. When you buy your own, you continue using your own. So for me, that kind of a thing will do. What's unfortunate, you use the keeper, then I consume 5 goals. Wow. Interesting. That's what my grandfather called realization. We don't realize that he's not supposed to take this kind of mistake, this particular. For me, he just fixing a problem that exists at Chelsea. Thank you very much. God bless you guys.
All right. Thank you so much for that one. He says he's trying to fix a problem that does not exist. And that is the issue right now. 60 minutes on the clock. Coventry nil, Southampton 1, and yes, Middlesbrough against Bristol City. No goals recorded so far. Oxford United have converted a penalty for which they lead 1-0 against Charlton Athletic in that game right now. Yes, 1-0. Yes, Brannigan's goal is being the difference in this particular game. Let's go to the Middlesbrough game. There's been 5 yellow cards for Bristol City players. Yes, 5 yellow cards for 5 different players. Middlesbrough only leading the corners in this game. They have 7 corners already. It's still 62 minutes, but definitely the scoreline stays goalless as far as this one is concerned. Let's, of course, go to other places where we can serve you action. Zamalek against Otoho is, of course, 1-1 at this point in time. Lincoln in League 1 lead 1-0 against Stockport, 62 minutes. Rotherham 2, Bolton Wanderers 1 in that game. And the PSL, yes, in South Africa, Magesi against Chippa United is goalless. Marumo Gallants against Golden Arrows also goalless. Orlando Pirates taking on Siwelele. Yes, that game is also goalless. At halftime, Girona lead against Bilbao, 1-0. And in Belarus, yes, in the Belarusian Cup, Bati Borisov lead against Zodino by 2-0. In the Bulgarian top flight, of course, Botev Plovdiv against Botev Vratsa. It is 1-1 in that game. Yes, I can tell you that it is 1-1 in that game. Of course, let's go to other areas in League 2. Harrogate against Sanford is goalless, and Notts County against Chesterfield is 2-2. In Estonia, yes, the top flight in Estonia, Kuressaare against Tammeka. Tammeka lead 2-1 coming from a goal down against Kuressaare in that game. In Finland, yes, in the Liga Cup in Finland, AC Oulu, yes, they lead 2-1. Yes, Oulu lead 2-1 against HJK Helsinki. And I can tell you that Inter Turku, yes, it is 3-2 as they lead 98 minutes on the clock in that game against Eels right there in the top flight. Of course, in the second division in Germany, Arminia Bielefeld 1, Paderborn 2, Braunschweig lead against Düsseldorf 1-0. And yes, Holstein Kiel against Nuremberg, it is 3-2. The away side Nuremberg lead in that game right there. Újpest against Kisvárda. Yes, action, of course, in Hungary. Újpest, the home team, lead 1-0. And of course, let's go to Latvia in the Veseliga, where of course Uda lead away from home against Grobina. It's 93 minutes in that game. They're definitely going to run away with a victory right there. It is 2-0, full time already in that game. Sabah, yes, they lead against Imigration. Yes, Imigration by 1-0 in Malaysia. And I can tell that in Malta, Birkirkara trail 2-1 against Floriana. Yes, Masaklok goalless against Valletta, and Naxa against Hibernians. Naxa lead 1-0. Sliema against Gira, it is 1-0. Sliema lead in that game. Yes, in Moldova, yes, Zimbru Chisinau lead 2-0 against Dacia Bukani in that game. Yes, of course. And let's go to North Macedonia, where of course Vada against Brera Strumica. Yes, Brera Strumica, it is Vada. Yes, goalless in that game right now. Jagiellona against Piast Gliwice is goalless. Action from Poland. That's the most exciting league in the world. Yes, the Polish league is the most exciting league in the world. Teams, as the season stands, any of these teams can still win the title. Of the 18 teams, any of the 18 can still win the title. The bottom team has 22 points, and the top has 41. Now it just takes winning games and things changing, and nobody is on the clear path to becoming a winner just yet. If you are not amassing draws, you are amassing losses, or you are amassing wins. Okay, you have guys who have 10 wins like Lechia Gdansk out of 24 matches, and they are 12th on the log. Meanwhile, a team that has 11 wins are top of the table. Jagiellona has 10 wins, they are second on the log. Lech Poznan has 10 wins, they are third on the log. And you have a team like, Lechia, who are 12th. They have 10 wins as well. The draws, they have 6. They have 6 draws compared to Jagiellona, who have 9 draws. They have 9 draws. Now they have 8 losses. And yes, Jagiellona have 5 losses. Fine margins. Fine margins. And before you know it, the table can flip. I saw it yesterday and I was like, these guys, are they serious? A league can be like this? But yes, that's not what we're dwelling on. We have our topics that we're looking at. And this time, we're talking Real Madrid as far as the race for the Champions League and the La Liga is concerned. Should they prioritize the Champions League over the La Liga? Middlesbrough have taken the lead against the Bristol City. Yes, Middlesbrough 1, Bristol City 0. Yes, action right there in the English Championship. Coventry still trail by 1-0, keeping all the possession, doing all the nice things. But yes, they find it really difficult to break down a 6-man backline. Yes, in what you have for this Southampton side, whom of course their fortune is being on an upward swing since yes, the new manager took over towards the end of last year, and things are definitely looking good for them. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. President.
Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Okay, sir.
Say again?
See that Madrid. They will make us 16. Understand? Because the Madrid will see that. You know the big this man to come out now. They don't enter semi-final. That's when they don't start properly. And if you watch Madrid, anytime you say they don't enter semi-final, na final they go direct. So, for me, to some kind of talk, you see the La Liga,
to that Champions League. If you want to say all of us, no time, they will carry that La Liga, carry that Champions League. As they upgrade now, they go. That team, all those that players so the same game now, they see their comeback small. If you don't go reach now, you can don't enter that body because you know they don't enter final. And if they don't enter final, and attack them, just carry up. And now if you watch their futures now is easy futures before they will come jam back. And if you only mistake so they don't beat that back again now, they don't carry that one. So anybody who say they watch now, may watch them Madrid well. Who will look them down? No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one as well. And it says the fixtures are not so difficult right now, and they just might get the job done. Again, if you're up against them in the Champions League at this stage of the competition, you might be in form, but people will tell you it is Champions League. Be wary of Real Madrid and be careful what you wish for. Hello. Okay, try to reach us again, and let's take your contribution. Yes, you can also leave your comments on WhatsApp 090-41,889, 090-44,889, the numbers to call. But on WhatsApp 090-44,889. Let's take some comments on WhatsApp. As for me, I think Liam Rosinho is trying to fix a problem that the problem that exists, but the problem is, can he fix it? Because the owner keep getting mediocre goalkeepers and defenders. Ami Mano from Agor Palace. Hopefully, I think when you people say these things about mediocre goalkeeper, it would be nice for some of you to help us suggest names of goalkeepers that you think can come to this Chelsea side, and I mean, yes, give us names, because I know for certain that Donnarumma was available in the summer. He was available, and clubs were stalling on him until City were interested. And even the City goalkeeper Ederson also moved to, I think, Fenerbahce. I mean, I don't think, they prioritized all of these things, and decided to go for the kind of quality that was available on the market. Not all the time you have world-class goalkeepers like Donnarumma being available, but for the time he was available, I'm not sure they were interested. Lunin is another guy who's just in the shadows at Real Madrid. I think, if there's an offer tempting somewhere, he might move. One of the other guys I have taken note of, I mean, he's been in the eyes of a lot of people. Let's not go to the obscure leagues just yet. Trobin, yes, the goalkeeper, Anatoly Trobin, the goalkeeper of Benfica. Top goalkeeper. He's a good one. Sweeps really well. Fantastic user of the hand. Marshals his back line. He's got a good height. I mean, I think these are some of the few guys I can really recall right now. Rosinho may not leave if he fails to reach top 4, as his tactics backfire against PSG. He lost to only 2 managers since he came on board, but it's a pity Chelsea fans are most impatient with him. The most impatient ones. The defense exposed them this day. Forget Ramontada in the second leg, they will lose. Bolati Amiu, this one is coming from you. On Football Live, today's edition. This one says, good afternoon, brother. From a Chelsea fan and from the coach, the problem with them is that they always complain and don't have the patience. All the best to my Arsenal. This one says that the triplet from Akwa Ibom. Okay, but we're not talking about this now. We're looking at if the coach is trying to solve a problem that does not exist at Chelsea, and that's what we have been taking calls on while looking at Real Madrid as well. We've also had to look at Michael Carrick today. Good afternoon, brother. My name is Taufik, and I'm a Chelsea fan. I think before Chelsea team can be fixed, they need to ship out Tosin, Hanacho, Badiashile, Delap, Gitsin. I'm not sure who Gitsin is, but and bring in experienced players. Even ship out the goalkeepers. You see, that's the talk about. If say you could just go market, go buy these things. You could just ship the ones so you don't want, shipping the ones so you want. Okay. I hope you know financial fair play is a thing. I hope you know that these people have contracts and you cannot be shipping and shipping. Okay. Let's take this on from. Let's take this on from. It says, good afternoon, Victor and Joseph. I am James, a Real Madrid fan from Aja. For me, Real Madrid pursuit of both the Champions League and La Liga, because Barcelona themselves are not spectacular this season. So for me, Real Madrid for both Champions League and the La Liga. they are always not spectacular in the season until. Okay. But I know that last season they didn't give you any breathing space, so they were all over you. Yes, they were all over you, and it was hard for you to cope. But let's see. Stockport have made it 1-1 against Lincoln Town. Yes, they've made it 1-1 in that game, and yes, I can tell you that right now, as far as the game is concerned. Yes, action across the grounds, and in the championship, yes, Coventry still trail by 1-0 against Southampton. Middlesbrough still lead by 1-0 also against Bristol City, and I can tell you that yes, Oxford United scored from the penalty spot, and that has given them the lead in this game so far as we enter the 73rd minute against Charlton Athletic. Okay, yes, action continues, and yes, we are going for more of it as the calls come in on the show. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, my brother.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, Joseph, I agree to you. My name is Roger Fosa, also known as Barcelona Professor of Kobioko. You can call me Mario Destroyer. Real Madrid, so far so good. I don't think they qualify yet for that Champions League. You know, say na Pep Guardiola with the talk that I believe that Pep Guardiola can talk this around. You surprise now you can play Real Madrid 4-0. If you play Madrid 4-0, not if you play Madrid 1-0, should be Man City qualify. Now what will happen for that match? Man City 4. Real Madrid no yet to make 4 years coming. So for me, for La Liga, it's over now. Even small pikin know where he put the same children cafe now. He knows say La Liga don over because that 4 points now. I believe that today now Real Madrid go draw with the HL. When they draw with the HL, we win our match. We can't carry la 7 points the pass. So La Liga is all over. Thank you very much, my lovely brother.
All right, thank you so much for that one. On the show today as the action continues right here. Inter against Atalanta has just kicked off. Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joseph Kochila. I greet you. Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Yes, I come in peace. Now Daniel Desmond, the world champion.
Okay.
VQ, for me, Madrid, see, even from the beginning where they tell Madrid with Man City, I wasn't happy, you understand? Because first of all, going to that ground, Madrid, Bernabeu, that place is a very, very hard place to go. If you can remember, Vicky, I told you before that game, there was a day we were discussing about this in Madrid and Man City. I told you, even though Mbappe and Rodrigo no play that match, but here Madrid, I don't think Man City have anything for Bernabeu. They can beat Madrid for their home 8 yards, but for that Madrid home, nobody will go there. We go say he go come out easily or successfully. But that was all she wrote, and they could be able to win that game 3-0, which I didn't see it coming. I know the Man City will not beat them. Highest go end in the draw, but for them to beat Man City 3 goals without replying is something I didn't see coming. And for Pep, he go pay me because like this, it's over. It's over, and he go pay me so they no go make it this far, more than this stage where they now. So for me, this season, anybody who they write Madrid off for Champions League. For your own soccer, because you see those people anything where they give them made and chop 16 times night and they go for like this. And if they don't win them, if you skip Madrid, give it to Bayern. You cannot skip 2 of them, either Bayern or Madrid, or maybe if they tell 2 of them maybe for the next round. That is where I would say maybe one of them go come out. But if they not join 2 of them together, I DQ. I'm seeing both of them in the final. I'm telling the truth. Whoever then join them in their next round, then will beat them. We will beat them because those people, they are good. For Madrid, let them know reach final. If they reach final, then we'll win them, even without Mbappe. So, but for the remaining ones, I feel like one of these Premier League teams, they turn out sitting around those scoreline. One of them still make it. I don't know who it will be. All those scorelines, and then turn it around. One of them will still qualify. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that one. The one that looks more likely, in in terms of the scoreline, I think is the Liverpool game, which because it is just a lone goal, and then they'll be playing at Anfield, that is possible. For Real Madrid, City will have to do the extra. And I think even though Pep said the game he's only thinking about now is the one against West Ham United, if, for instance, they play the game against West Ham United and they don't score in the first half, the nerves begin to juggle, and then they might get a bit restless, they might get a bit frustrated, because the more you stay in the game and you're not scoring, and that could be a problem. And if that happens, it means that they would at least want to work twice as hard to make sure they pick a win in that game. So working twice as hard means expending more energy. And if that's what you do, you're probably weakening yourself ahead of the game against Real Madrid, which is the return leg. In a competition, you're expected to respond and stay in it as much as possible. So, again, I think it doesn't look an easy job, but let's see how it goes and how they probably would respond to this situation and get themselves firing again. But, again, it's a tough one. They will have to do the extra that they've not done before. And 3 goals in these days where people score a lot of goals might not be such a big deal, but I think because it is an experienced team like Real Madrid, it's going to be really difficult. It probably would have been 4 if Vini had scored that penalty, and that for me would have sealed everything completely. But I'm not also ruling them out, because I know that City will come all guns blazing at them. City will take a lot of risks, and again, at this level, you want to take a lot of risks because you want to get in that place where you lay the ball for the opponent, or you commit as many men as possible high up the pitch, hoping that you can give yourself a chance, get a whiff at the goal, score, and then game on. But if that doesn't happen, especially going into that game and it gets to 30 minutes and no goals at the Etihad, I think it will be really it will become really troubling for City fans, who would, of course, and they are not exactly the loudest of fans when it comes to backing the team. I mean, they're a bit prima donna with it. They're only excited when they win. I mean, these guys jumped on Pep last season and were saying a lot of things about him not winning games and all of that stuff, and you just laugh and say, all of a sudden. But again, that's what success does to you. If you've been winning, fans will get used to it and expect that you should always deliver on that front. Joseph.
Of course, that is the reason why I just think sometimes that the fans also should have to come in touch with reality. Just as many Real Madrid fans were basically asking for the head of Ancelotti, because I don't know if I would even call it a terrible season. Yes, they did not win anything by their standard, but it's also not the first time. But at the end of the day, they had their way, and it wasn't as if the team settled right back. In fact, they are still trying to pick up the pieces, and that's why Arbeloa is currently on the job. So I think in as much as you have all of those expectations because you've been winning, you also now have to be in touch with reality. And I think maybe Manchester City fans don't particularly have that, because I mean, what choice do they have? They'll basically idolize Pep Guardiola until the end of their lives, and because of what he's done, obviously, and quite rightly so. But I don't think however the season turns out to be, or maybe in this final year of his contract, which is expected according to his own words that it's probably going to leave, I don't think there's any wrong he can do. So I think for me, Manchester City fans are probably sorted, and I'm not sure they've said anything out of place concerning the position of Guardiola. So that's just how it is. For maybe clubs like Real Madrid, it could get to a point where you begin to ask questions, but not for coaches who have actually won something before and have actually done something big before, and then those kind of fans can say, okay, you have to be in touch with reality. But for City, I don't think they're in that lane. I think they'll just ride the wave, however it comes. Obviously, they might still try to win. I mean, they're still running for the Carabao Cup and FA Cup and the domestic competitions, and maybe they can keep dreaming for the Premier League. I mean, that's still maybe something they can still try to say, okay, we see our mistake in this. But generally, I think, however it comes again, they'll just ride it to the end, and let's see how it goes.
Okay. 090-41,889, 090-44,889. We've been talking Real Madrid, and we're asking you if you think really Real Madrid should exactly just, focus on this one, the Champions League, and ignore the expectations that people have and say, okay, you know what, La Liga would further stretch the team, and there are already too many injury concerns. Yes. Again, why the Champions League looks good is that you have to play home and away, and as long as you are playing at home, you pretty much have your destiny in your hands. And if all those injured players will also come back, maybe, of course, you should focus on that. Good afternoon. He says exactly the problem. Exactly the problem. But another thing is that I think recently Chelsea have been hiring coaches that have lower pedigree. If Rosinho will bench Sanchez, he doesn't have the replacement yet. Sanchez wouldn't have considered 5 goals. Thank you, Daramola here. Okay, Daramola, thank you so much for that one. Are we not saying this in hindsight when we say Sanchez couldn't have considered 5 goals? Is it not possible for him to consider 5 goals?
Has he not considered 5 goals before? I see, actually. See, when he gets bad, he gets bad.
He has considered 5 goals.
So there's no. If he gets bad, he gets bad. I don't think there's any goalkeeper that is immune.
Was Sanchez the guy in goal when they played Arsenal under Pochettino? That 5-0, was he not? I think he was.
Yeah, he's always been the number one.
I think so.
At that point, they were doing, chopping and changing, but I think he maintained at the most part of it.
He was the main guy in that game. He's shipped in 5 goals before now. It's not in the number of goals. It is in the decision. And the man is standing by it to say that it is not the change of goalkeeper that led to why we lost the game. Yes, the goalkeeper made a mistake.
But it's not just.
But it's not that. Yes, he said he wasn't down to the goalkeeper. And I think he's also trying to be the guy who does not want to throw players under the bus. Because.
No, I mean, obviously, for him to say, what's his name? João Pedro is one of the best
strikers in the world. In the same conversation as Mbappe and Haaland. Again, for what that one is delivering this season, one would have thought, okay, if a Cole Palmer was at his best also, that guy would definitely, go harder in terms of goals and everything we're seeing. But the beauty of it is that Enzo Fernandez has stepped up his goals. And maybe we need to address a few things. Southampton have made it 2-0. Yes, Matsuki. Yes, the Japanese player has made it 2-0 in that game. They lead by 2-0. Yes, Matsuki. Of course, let's let you know that Inter are also taking on Atalanta in that game. Atalanta pretty much testing Inter to see what could possibly happen in this game. But after the first 12 minutes of action, it is goalless. It is Kamaka who, of course, has tried at giving his side the lead in the game so far. Southampton have made it 2-0. Yes, 2-0. Matsuki is the scorer of that goal as they have doubled their lead right there in the game. Let's let you know that Chippa United have taken the lead against Magesi. Yes, they have taken the lead against Magesi in that game. And Marumo Gallant have had a player sent off against the Golden Arrows. Golden Arrows lead 1-0. Orlando Pirates trail 1-0 to Siwelele. Surprising result there. But yes, that's the story as far as that game is concerned. Another bleep for Lampard a couple of weeks ago when the pressure was mounting. This guy was able to get past Middlesbrough, 1 on the road, 2 games back-to-back. And now, of course, you have a situation where you must, of course, stand your ground and consolidate on the points you've raked in. This is what is happening against a very good Southampton side. Well drilled, who, of course, a lot has changed about them since this new manager took over. But yes, Southampton, yeah, of course, they also knocked out a full amount of the FA Cup, by the way. And I think it doesn't get any bigger than that in terms of testing your strength against Premier League teams, knowing what you would want to do against them when the opportunity comes, anytime it does. So yes, good outing by Southampton in this game. It is 2-0. They lead Let me quickly even see where they are on the table. Should this match end this way? Yes, where the 3 points in this game, because it is 87 minutes now. This is likely going to be a win for Southampton. Let's see where this will place them on top of the table. They go sixth. No, they go seventh. They go seventh behind Wrexham, who are sixth. They are 3 points behind Wrexham. Wrexham are 3 points behind Hull City. Hull City are 2 points behind Ipswich. But Ipswich have a game in hand. They play Sheffield Wednesday, who are bottom of the table. And Ipswich, by the way, the outcome of that game will determine, because if they win that game, they go same points as Millwall, and that will see them move ahead of Millwall in the standings. Because, yes, of goal difference, they have 26, Millwall have 10. Middlesbrough, of course, they are currently 72, and Coventry are 77. They're still 5 points clear at the top of the table. But, yes, clearly this is a game you expected them to have won. But, again, that's football sometimes, okay? Let's take a break at this point in time. Yes, we'll take a break, and when we come back, there'll be more, as we have more talking points coming your way. Saturday's edition of a Football Live, as the action continues on Brilla.
To taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM.
They go with the corner kick, shooting star still looking for the 3 points here. And oh, fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian Nightmare.
In this very moment, I'm king.
Carroll's in, and he's won it for Liverpool. Much criticised club record signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They're looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves. And Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
On the back to Kano. He's got the captain has won the game for Nigeria. The man who's played the game for Nigeria takes them into the final. Nwankwo Kanu, what a moment for him.
Greatness is what we on the brink of.
Don't believe it! Aguero, with seconds of the season remaining, has won the Premier League title for Manchester City. Hollywood, make this movie.
They have become the first African side to win Olympic gold and to win a major world footballing tournament. And no wonder they'll celebrate. Nigeria with the gold medal.
I'm really trying to make it more than what it is, because everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Messi scores! Another Messi milestone, a half-century of goals in the Champions League, and he's the youngest player to reach that figure.
This is my moment.
Every moment is a treasure in Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM.
I wish that I could have this moment for life.
Brilla FM, a complete deal.
'Cause in this moment I just feel so alive.
And now in news from the world of football, reports are surfacing that last year's changes to the UEFA Champions League may have come from a surprising source.
Here we go. Sources close to Lee are saying that Zlatan Ibrahimovic has been telling people the idea for the new format was all his idea.
Zlatan, last year we saw your announcement of the new format at the UEFA Champions League draw, and you were great.
Yes, I know. Zlatan is only here to help.
Okay, enough. You have to stop telling press and everyone else that we are making changes, because we are not.
This is the Champions League, where the best in the world come to compete. This is an all-or-nothing league, where legends are made and hearts are broken. Football never stands still. It always evolves. And now, the fans are getting more competitive games, so that every match, every goal, every point matters. The best club competition in the world just got better. Because this is the Champions!
Follow all in the
the UEFA Champions League season on Brila.
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Heidi Gabraselassie.
Hi, I'm Michael Essien, midfielder.
My name is Jeremy Mikel.
My name is Danny Jordan.
My name is Kolo Toure.
Hi, my name is Thiago Vangidas.
Hi, sports fans. My name is Victor Moses.
My name is Lightning Bolt.
I'm Joseph Yabo.
My name is Austin Jeju Okocha.
This is David Dean, former Vice Chairman of Arsenal and the Football Association. We're on 88.9 Brilla FM.
We're reaching out to bring the big names to you. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. There's nothing like it.
And it all kicks off right here.
Breaking news straight to your phone. Brilla Media is now on WhatsApp. Follow our official WhatsApp channel for the latest sports news, talking points, live updates, and in-depth coverage of sports events in Nigeria and around the world. From international tournaments to national teams, athletes, and exclusive stories. If it's sport, it's on Brilla Media. To join, simply go to WhatsApp channels on your device. Search Brilla Media and tap follow channel. No stress, no delays. Just sports as it happens. Brilla Media, home of the fans.
Hey, sport fans, where you? More ways to take enjoy and package sport informate as you day on the go. Now to follow us on top our social media platform and website as it dey hot. Breaking news we day. Live update with full ground. Transfer gist and confirmed gist with all the betterlicious analysis where they inside sports. Now we dey serve like hot cake. Sharply follow us on top Twitter and Instagram at Brilla FM 889. For Facebook, follow Sports Radio Brilla FM. Come still visit our website, wey be www.brilla.net. Make you no miss anything as we carry you now closer to the action.
They are the heartbeat of the game. The voices that roar from Lagos to London, from the streets to the screens. They are more than fans. They are family. They are Brilla Nation. You cheer, you chant, you celebrate every goal, every victory, every moment that matters. And every single day, Brilla Media celebrates you. The power, the passion, the pride of Brilla Nation. Brilla Media, the home of champions, the voice of the fans. United we stand, together we win. Because we are Brilla Nation.
He sent it in with that gorgeous left foot of his. Have you heard anything quite like this?
Absolutely not.
From London to Lagos. It was a long ball over the top. Oh, it's gone by the phone book. Yeah, it's a superb performance from Arsenal, really. Unbelievable. Boom. Big goal in the relegation scrap.
Wow.
Nigerian Frank Onyeka returns to the substitutes bench for Brentford.
That's why we stand out from the crowd.
If you're a Tottenham fan, you'll be jumping up and down. Yeah, it was an absolute screamer. Fair play to Mikel Antonio. Pick that one out.
It's been a pleasure having you with us.
And when's it all going to end? Football Live on Brilla FM.
And you could not have scripted this.
I'm sure we've got a cracker on our hands.
This game is incredibly and beautifully unpredictable.
Well, I said the wheels were falling off. Wheels, the doors, the steering wheel, it's all come off.
Well, with just Wood one. Keeper headed off and goal.
Fantastic.
Didn't really see that one coming this afternoon.
Gone right under him. It's a shocker from the goalkeeper.
Where's it all gone wrong?
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Football Live are proof that Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM has gone beyond one league.
How many do you want?
Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Yes, of course. Welcome back. The action continues right here. Your Champion Star Sports Radio Brilla FM. And yes, it is going down at full time. Yes, it is Lincoln 3, Stockport County 1, and Rotherham 2-2 against Bolton Wanderers. Inter still goalless in the game against Atalanta. And I can tell you that in the English Championship, though Coventry have pulled one back, they still trail by 2-1. It's full-time. Middlesbrough 1, Bristol City 1 in that game. And Oxford have also given up their lead. It is 1-1 against Charlton Athletic right now. Kuresa won 3-2 against Tameka. Which pressed against Kisvada is 1-1 in Hungary. Still Champions Star Sports Radio Brilla FM, and yes, Inter have taken the lead in the game against Atalanta. Yes, they are in front in the game against Atalanta. I can tell you for certain. Esposito, yes, Bill Esposito is the man who's put them in front in that game. Good strike. Goalkeeper couldn't keep it out. And it's full time. Coventry have lost that game 2-1. Girona against Bilbao, 69 minutes on the clock. And yes, Girona still lead by 1-0. Yes, the pressure is definitely mounting right there as far as that game is concerned. Bilbao mounting on the pressure, hoping they can crack it at least. Yes, Inter lead 1-0 against Atalanta. Yes, goal given. In the meantime, yes, action in the Premier League. We're counting down to the early kickoff. Yes, first game of the day. A number of interesting fixtures, of course, today in the Premier League. It is Mother's Day weekend. But of course, we're also going to get into the mother of all title races. Are Arsenal simply going to run away with it? Arsenal will move 10 points clear of nearest rivals Manchester City if they beat Everton. Before Pep Guardiola's side will face improving West Ham United at the London Stadium. There are 5 games in total today across 3 different kickoff times. And yes, the running has started right here on your Champions Star Sports Radio Brilla FM. Let's go to the game. Soon it will be time to take you there because lineups are out. Granit Xhaka is back in the starting lineup for Sunderland. He's coming off the bench in the past 2 games. The midfielder comes in as one of the 4 changes in the starting 11 from their shock defeat to Port Vale in the FA Cup last weekend. Reggie Lebris also brings in Try Hume, Noah Sadiki, as well as Brian Broby with Luke Unin and Eliezer Mayena, dropping to the bench. Enzo Lefebvre and Nielsen Angulo are both out injured, so it is Elberg in goal. What happened to Roofs? Elberg in goal. Getrida, Ballard, Adoret, as well as Hume, Sadiki and Xhaka in front of the back 4. Talbi, Diarra and Rig, they play right behind Broby, who leads the attack. And they're up against the Brighton side, who of course welcome back their captain with Luis Donker returning after missing the home loss to Arsenal last time out. It's 10 days since the Seagulls last played. Both has been that has proved to be a long time enough for Karo Mitoma to recover from an ankle injury. He misses out. It is not long enough for him to recover because he misses out completely in this game. And Alice Baleba is also absent from the squad, while James Milner, Yankuba Minter, and informed Danny Welbeck. They make it in time for the 4 changes by Fabian Hosseler's side. So it is Verbrochen in goal, Weifer, Van Heck, Luis Donk. Kadioglu is also there. Milner and Pascal Gross. There's nearly 70 years between those two. They sit in front of the back 4. Gomez, Hinshelwood, Minter are the 3 playing right behind Welbeck. I know you've heard a lot of things today, including Tottenham Hotspur considering guess who? Sean Dyche. Well, hey, I'm not here to tell you that now. Let's go elsewhere. Now, Burnley will be home to Bournemouth. Manager Scott Parker has made a couple of changes. He made 4 changes from their 2-0 defeat by Everton. Zian Fleming shakes off an injury to start, while James Ward-Prowse and Josh Laurent. Josh Laurent. And Hartman all start for the host. So it's Dubravka in goal, a 3-man back line of Humphreys, Laurent and Steve, Walker, Ward-Prowse, Meshbury and Hartman are the 4 in the middle. Lyle Foster, Anthony and Fleming are the 3 guys in the attack. There are 2 changes for Bournemouth as the boss, Anthony Iraola. Of course, after a goalless draw at Brentford. Adam Smith and Eli Junior Krupi coming in as Alex Jimenez and Tyler Adams miss out. So Petrovic in goal, Smith, Hill, Senesi, Truffet, Christie, Scott, Ryan, Krupi, Tavernier and Evan Nielsen. Of course, who leads the attack in this game. Inter almost made it 2 right there. Danny Welbeck returns to the Stadium of Light in the 2010-11 season. 20-year-old Danny Welbeck lined up for Sunderland in the Premier League after joining on loan from Man United. 15 years on, the 35-year-old is being talked about as a possible England pickup for the World Cup after another impressive season for Brighton. Welbeck has 10 Premier League goals this campaign, including 2 in the past 3 top-flight appearances. He is hitting form at the right time with the World Cup jersey number 89. The World Cup days, just of course 89 days away. World Cup 89 days away. With World Cup with Welbeck down the jersey number 9. Okay, Kane wears 9. Does he wear 10 for England? He wears 9. Okay, he wears 9, yeah? Okay, so Newcastle United. Those games, of course, will also take place at 6:30 p.m. And then the last game for the night, which will see, of course, Manchester City go away to West Ham United in that game. Okay, yes, that's all we have for you at this moment in time. So yes, Scott Parker, well, fighting relegation, maybe 3 points for Bournemouth. You think Burnley could put in a fight here?
Well, I think it is important to know and see, also recognize how Burnley have, somehow, you might say maybe they'll be able to turn around their season. Yeah, maybe they've left it a little too late. But the truth is, against the Bournemouth side, you don't know which Bournemouth to turn up. In their last 5, they've only won 3 matches on the trot, drawn. And if those 3 matches, they've only scored once. So this is where I think it gets interesting for Burnley. Yes, they have nothing to, basically play for in the season anymore, but for probably pride. Even though it is not yet, they've not been condemned to championship. But the truth is, I think Burnley are in a place where they don't care whatever happens now. They just want to, battle it out and, make it really difficult for teams that still have, something to play for. And Bournemouth in this regard, they still have European places to play for. They have just 4 points between them and Brentford in the Europa League Conference League playoff spots. And I think if they are able to, Burnley will be looking at it from the angle of, okay, we play at home, and if there's anything to at least give the fans, it's this sort of performance. And for a Bournemouth that have been short shy in nature in terms of goal scoring, I think there might be a chance that Burnley will believe, somehow, that, we might not score a lot. We might probably even trouble them with 1 goal and still concede, but make it as hard as possible for, Bournemouth to get anything. And to be honest, I'm not putting it past Burnley to get a result against them. I think it is very much, feasible, and that owes down to the performance of Bournemouth over the last couple of, months now. Since Semenyo left, it's been as if, there's basically nothing going on for them in that attack. So, to be honest, I think Burnley have probably a chance to get at least a draw in this game, and I'm not sure I'm going to put it past them. Okay,
let's see how that goes. Of course, if they will get at least a draw in the game, they have some of their legs back in the side, so maybe, just maybe, a draw is a possibility in this game. Okay, yes, let's go on elsewhere. Inter lead 1-0. 39 minutes on the clock it is right there. And yes, 4 games have kicked off in the Bundesliga. Yes, 4 games have kicked off. Yes, Bayer Leverkusen lead 1-0 against Bayern Munich already. And yes, Dortmund take on Augsburg. Eintracht Frankfurt against Heidenheim is on as well. And Hoffenheim also taking on Wolfsburg in another game. Okay, yes, let's take another break on the show. Yes, of course, and bring you a session. Yes, of course, I had with former Nigerian international. Yes, Fetobore Soje. Yes, he was on the Speak With Us. Yes, spoke with us in the interview room, talking about some of the things that have happened in our football space in the last couple of months since the AFCON, and of course his experience as a player in the team and what he observes now that he's no longer playing. Of course, let's find out. Yes, I get back in the interview room and bring you that interview yours truly had with Fetobore Soje. Yes, former Nigerian international. Yes, the bandana man. We'll be back with more. Stay with us. The action continues right here.
It is your champion style, Sports Radio Brilla FM. Of course, we have with us former Macclesfield, former Crewe Alexandra, and former Huddersfield defender. Of course, the one who paved the path for the Soje brothers. Ladies and gentlemen, sports fans, we have joining us on this day inside the interview room, former Super Eagles player, Fetobore Peter Soje, of course. On the show, yes, the bandana man, he joins us. It's a pleasure to have you join us.
Good morning, Victor. It's nice to speak to you.
And hope you're doing good.
Yeah, we're living as much as we can. Years go by, but we just keep on living so we're healthy.
It's a delight to speak with you. Not often we get the opportunity to speak with someone like you, and so of course a lot in the Nigerian football space, and I'm sure that you're pretty much observing from where you are, and you know how things are looking. First things first, there's been a whole lot going on, and let's look at the national team. Another World Cup, and everyone is still waiting with bated breath, hoping that as far as the FIFA verdict is concerned, Nigeria, of course, filed a case against FIFA, hoping that something can be done about the situation, that DRC fielded ineligible players during the playoffs. We're still waiting for that, but in the course of the week, the DRC have also released the list of players that will feature at the playoffs. People have said we'll still have to wait out the entire process for FIFA to reach a verdict or make any announcement. Even if it is a day to the game, we still have to prepare as best as possible. Your thoughts on this?
It's a 50-50 for us, but at the end of the day, we don't assume the kind of quality and the caliber of players that we have. I don't think it will get to that level that we have to be waiting for a result or to say somebody eligible playing for Congo. Nigeria is much better than that by far. So with the kind of players we have, I don't think we should be qualifying through that route. I think we should be qualifying for a normal route. But that's what football's all about. But I don't think it's going to, what's the chances they're going to turn over Congo and put Nigeria back in? I don't know how that's going to work.
We're also looking at a time when, irrespective of this particular situation that we're dealing with at this point in time, Nigeria had a good outing at the African Cup of Nations. Yes, got knocked out in the semi-final and won the third place, the bronze medal. A lot of people talked about how well we played at the African Cup of Nations. There were questions around what exactly happened. How did this team change from not being able to make it past the playoffs to putting up such a superlative performance in the competition? And then that has also spiraled into debates about if we should retain the coach, and talks about the coach asking for a better working conditions and better pay package for himself and his technical crew. This has also been something. Did you follow the African Cup of Nations?
Yeah, I did. Obviously, listen, we got knocked out semi-finals and we got to the playoffs. We got third place, which is fine. Everybody expects Nigeria to always win the cup, but every country, every nation now, they've stepped up their game. But regarding Nigeria, we saying that they want to get rid of the coach, that is ridiculous because we have to put Nigerian football in a steady place. So that starts from the top. So once the top is steady, then we have a coach. Then from the coach we have the players. But if things are going upside down, you turn to what you turn, you switch this and you switch that, nothing's going to be steady, and why is it always that we're going to have an issue about the same situation from years ago, that they've not paid the players allowances and all that. So it all comes in a package, and it's not nice for us.
There's a debate around if the coach should be given a contract extension, because he's asked for new conditions now, including more than twice the money. In Nigeria, opinions are divided, including among in your circle as ex-international. Some believe that he's done well enough to earn that. Some have said no, he hasn't done well enough. Some have also pointed that, quite a few of those have pointed that we are walking a very tightrope because we have just had a relative success at the African Cup of Nations, and now is the time to consolidate rather than just scrap things and start afresh. Is this a debate you want to jump in on and hear your thoughts?
No, but which is true. Yes, we're disappointed that we didn't get to the finals. We came third in the African nation. But we have to start from somewhere. So now, if you're going to now say get rid of the coach, that means you're starting all over again. Which coach do they have in mind? They want to get rid of the coach. Do they have people in mind? Why is they have people in mind? Why don't we know who these people are? What are the qualifications and how qualified are these coaches again? But then again, this guy came in, he changed the whole football system, and the players are happy to play with it, play for him. So why change him? Give him the opportunity, give him at least another 2-3 years, let him show what he can do. And that's in my opinion. If you keep on changing, the football's not going to change.
Some have also argued it from the point of view of we not training coaches, and that's why we would outsource situations like this to foreigners, those who are within and outside Nigeria, to come handle the national team, because we have failed to invest in our coaches and train them to be up to standard. Is this also an opinion you share?
Yeah, which is true because I can guarantee, I can tell you now, any coach that is qualified, I bet you that they have used their own personal money to go and do the qualifications. Right? They've not looked at anything. They've not even, take a coach and say, okay, this is all of the coaches. They'll send them on different courses. They've not done that. The NFF is bigger than that. They should, set a platform for where these coaches can come out and then pick coaches from the league and start building them up. But there's nothing like that. They're not going to support the coaches, so it's going to be hard for us.
Let's, of course, go to the national team and the quality of what we have. I mean, we have two of our biggest names playing in the Champions League this season. Victor Osimhen for Galatasaray, Ademola Lookman, who made the move to January transfer deadline move to Atletico Madrid. What do you make of these two quality players and the fact that we're going to be in back-to-back years now? We're going to sit at home and just watch the World Cup, at least this year. Of course, it's almost certain, pending when FIFA says anything regarding that. These are two of our best legs, and these guys will not feature at the World Cup. What does this say about our football and the steps we have taken over the years? Have we gone forward?
No, we haven't gone forward, but we're not going forward at all. But it's a shame. I feel annoyed because we have the two top players, and they will do African Player of the Year for the last 2-3 years now, right? And they're playing very well, and they're not going to show their talent again in the whole world again, which is a shame for the players. But Nigeria as a whole, but mainly for these two players, it's not really nice. But when you have two strikers that are lightening up the Europe, and now we're not going to see them in the World Cup, it's a shame.
What do people say in circles where you are, looking at the quality of Victor Osimhen, for instance? I mean, the debate is on that he's one of the best strikers in Europe and the world at the moment. But people still have reservations about the fact that he plays for Galatasaray, even though, of course, they are in a big competition this year. People think he should be in some of the biggest clubs in the world rather than somewhere in Turkey.
For me, put it like this, top, I can say top 3. When people say top 10, no, he's a top 3 striker in the world. If people are saying, why is he at Galatasaray? Because Galatasaray is paying the money. If they want to go to Olympic clubs come and, put their money where they talk. That's it. He's a simple player. Why should he go down and reduce his price of his level of the kind of quality he has? Why? He earned it. So you want him, pay for him. Simple as that.
And of course, this week the news came that the man who gave you the opportunity to play for the national team of Nigeria and made your dream of featuring the 2022 FIFA World Cup passed on. High Chief Adeboye Oniginde. Yes, he passed on. You want to tell us about him and how you got the invite to the national team to feature under him?
It's just, when I heard the news, there's not a lot you can say. I was just tossing back, and it was just really like, when I mean, I was shocked about everything that I took here in the news. Spoke to his son, and it's crazy because when I first met him, we were talking 2001. That's when I first met him. He invited me to the national side. I was playing for Crew then, and we just had a very good connection from that day. And he always was there, talking, advising what to do, how he wants it to play. And you have to remember, he was very disciplined. That's one thing he wanted. It was hard work. He wanted players to be hard working and everything. He gave me a nickname called, obviously in the Yoruba language, called Iso. If you understand what that means, because Iso means nail, as strong player and everything. But it's a shame because even though he made me to go to play for Nigeria, playing the World Cup, it was great, wonderful, put the family name on the map. And I said, I always spoke to him from, I never lost contact with him. I always speaking to him every, no matter how we always speak. I spoke to him last month, and anyway, before he died, and it's crazy.
What's your relationship with him all along, from when you got the invites, when you played in the national team, and after you stopped playing?
When I was getting invited, it was a normal coach, but we respect him. He was a coach. He's an icon. He had done a lot for Nigerian football, which you all know that. Then even after playing for the national side, I was always in touch with him. He became like a mentor, and he would always ask me questions, talking to me about him, because I did my coaching badges for a year or so many years now. And he was always, questioning me, what about this? Those different advice advices about coaching and how to handle things, how to manage things. So yeah, I had a few managers that I played for, and I always speak to them. But it was one person that I can pick up the phone anytime. This is the thing. Anytime, what time in Nigeria, whether it's like 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the night, anytime I pick up this. Anytime I pick up the phone, he will always answer the phone. So there was no day that if I pick up, he rings, he will answer. If he doesn't, he will call me back. So that's how close I was with him. So outside the football, it became like a second dad. So it's a shame that he's gone.
Unfortunately, let's of course go back to a lot of other things happening as far as the national team is concerned. I mean, in your days, of course, the build-up to the 2002 World Cup, what was it like? I mean, I know that some of you were fresh faces in the scene. There were issues, of course, that were responsible for why some people were not taken to that particular competition. What was it like having new faces in the team, and how did you guys blend into the team?
No, I was shocked. I got a call when I was playing for Crew. We had the keeper. Remember George Bankole? He was one of the keepers there, and he knew coach back in those days when he was at Ibadan. So when he got the call up, it was no fair faces. But I was new to this squad after 2 years from the Africa combination that we held in Nigeria. But going there was just normal, and all the players were good, nice players. We had all the question, everybody becoming Mushu, they're all still there. So we just blended, and it was a short period when he came in because he didn't have enough time, because he came in about 6 or 7 weeks before the World Cup. So it was hard for him to blend all the players together.
Let's look at something that has happened also with the national team. We look at situations where people have had debates about the quality of players that are coming from the Nigerian league. Even though they talk about how talented they are, there's still a bit of question marks around the quality of what the league produces and the quality of coaching that has impacted the careers of these players. You can look at these players and say they are talented, but in terms of exposure to tactical ideas, technical ideas, these guys do not have a lot of it compared to the ones in quotes now referred to as the foreign bonds. We have a lot of them springing up, and a lot of them we currently have like a handful playing for the national team of Nigeria, and it looks like that trend is going to continue. How do we start harnessing some of the best talents to make sure they represent Nigeria? Because I mean, we've lost a couple of names to some other countries already, and it is a trend that I feel we should arrest so that we can get the best of Nigerian-born players who can still play for the Super Eagles of Nigeria.
I think it's, as I said earlier on, it all starts from the top, and once the NFF and everything changes and they invest in the Nigerian league, then we get the best players. So the home-based players, they're talented, but how do you invest in them? You need to invest in them and give them the best quality of pitches, best quality of everything. So then the player that can make it. But it's hard when you're playing on bad pitches and the officials are not refereeing the game right. So it's going to be difficult for these players to get to that standard. And that's why if you notice, a lot of players always want to try and get the opportunity to go abroad. But we have a lot of talent in there as home-based players. So that's what we need to do, and mix them together. When they have friendly matches, they should mix the players together. They should just bring all the foreign-based players out. They bring some home-based players to play. It doesn't matter. They're all national side players.
Interesting. I like the line you have taken as far as this debate is concerned. Let's look at your career. Of course, you didn't just play, your brothers also played, but you were the first in line to get it started. You paved the path for everyone. Why was it football for you?
It's so funny because obviously I grew up in I knew all my playing football started in Nigeria. When I was young, I played for my primary school, played for secondary school, played for the old Benjamin State. If you're old enough, you know what Benjamin State.
Former Edo and Delta.
I played for Benjamin State. Alright, so and I played for Steel Pioneers in Delta State. So we played in the Nigerian League.
Interesting. Okay, and then your brothers also told the path as well. Why was it football for all of you guys?
always made sure that we have the education to play. So we had the education. They made sure that we have to play before we can play football. We must have our education. So we did our education first. Then the same when we play football, we can play. So my dad played. So then obviously it's the genes. So that's how we made it to football.
Interesting. And one thing a lot of people would remember you for, the do-rag. Against all odds was also the inscription on the do-rag. Why do-rag for you as an identity?
Obviously, when you were African parents, back in those days when your parents asked you to do something, you never question your parents. Not like now when you can question your parents. So my mom wanted me to just cover my hair, and so that was it. I did it to just cover my head, and I had the do-rag on. And the thing about it against all odds, why people asked me what against all odds was about, it was because people always doubted me. So when they would always doubt me, I was just like, okay, so against all odds. So every time they doubt me, I would just keep on going up and up and up. So fair play.
When you look at the quality of what we have at home, in terms of the talents we have scattered across the world, the quality of what is coming out of Nigeria, people say we should be at the very top level competing with the best countries in the world. When you look at the quality of what we produce and where we are as a nation, does it bother you that we are not harnessing it properly to get the best out of these talents?
Yeah, that's true. We do have good quality players in talent. It's hard, really, when you think about it, because there are a lot of talent in Nigeria. Let's be honest. The African players, there's so many players that we have that is, it's unbelievable. And but it's hard to put this team because we're not making use of it. We're not really making use of it.
But how best do you think we can handle situations like this? Because again, people look at us, and I'm sure in your circle, people talk about some of these things, and probably when the World Cup kicks off again, people will talk about how good the Nigerian national team is, the quality that they have. But it looks like we're resting on our oars, and all of a sudden, we cannot be in the conversation of the best countries. I mean, back-to-back World Cups, how are you going to defend that you have quality players and it's not reflecting in the national team?
It's just organization. Let's be honest. It's all about the organization, keeping its team together. It starts from the top. It's all the organization. We have quality players. Nigeria is good. They're still rated as one of the best African countries. So, but until we have to sort that out from the beginning, from the grassroots, everything, it's going to be hard.
Let's look at your extended family right now. Are there future soldiers who, of course, would play football or who are currently playing?
Oh yeah, the soldiers are always going to be producing. I've got right now. I've got my nephew. He was at Man City, so he's 21 years old now. Tayone. So he's coming out there at the moment. Then I have my son's there. My boy's there. He's 13. But that's in his pipeline. I have another nephew. He's only 6'7", and few clubs are already asking for his signature already. So just watch his space.
Oh wow, that's interesting. The one who used to be at City was the one who caught some people's attention a couple of years ago. But things have stalled a bit with him. We're not sure where he is at the moment.
Yeah, he just only left Man City this season, this season, because obviously he had an injury, so but he's coming back on form now. He's coming back.
And he's a forward. I knew about him back in the day, and right now.
Oh yeah, striker. Put it like this: where anything in 18, he scores. That's how I'm gonna put it.
Oh, that's good.
Watch out for him. Yeah, anything in that box 18, once he's there, he will score.
And are there plans for these guys to represent Nigeria in the future? Should they start doing well once again? I know he's been out injured.
I know they're all under pressure because they will say we always mention that they have to play for Nigeria. Or they were like, we have all pressure, but we're trying to persuade them to make sure they play for Nigeria.
Interesting one. And yes, it's been an absolute pleasure to speak with you today. Of course, share your thoughts on lots of things regarding the national team and the debates going on in terms of what we have done, what we have failed to do, and what we should be doing right. I also want to thank you for this opportunity for speaking with us and sharing your thoughts on issues relating to the Nationals.
No, thank you very much for that. It's a pleasure.
All right. Enjoy the rest of your day and take care of yourself.
Okay. Thank you very much. God bless.
And you too.
Football Live.
It is your champion style, Sports Radio Brilla FM.
Committed to taking you closer to the action.
This is
Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM.
They go with the corner kick, shooting star still looking for the 3 points here. And oh, fantastic header.
The WBC interim heavyweight champion of the world, the Nigerian Nightmare.
In this very moment, I'm king.
Carroll's in, and he's won it for Liverpool. Much criticised club record signing comes up with a header that lifts their spirits.
Higher with the crown, yes.
They're very looking to switch it quickly here for Ronaldo, who's got the better of Diego Alves, and Ronaldo scores brilliantly. The finish of a master, a craftsman at work.
Shout out to my haters, sorry that you couldn't faze me.
Head on the back of Ricardo. He's got the captain and won the game for Nigeria. The man who's played the game for Nigeria takes them into the final. Nwankwo Kanu, what a moment for him.
Greatness is what we on the brink of.
Don't believe it! Aguero, with seconds of the season remaining, has won the Premier League title for Manchester City. Hollywood, make this movie. They have become the first African side to win Olympic gold and to win a major world footballing tournament. And no wonder they'll celebrate. Nigeria with the gold medal.
I'm really trying to make it more than what it is, because everybody dies, but not everybody lives.
Messi scores! Another Messi milestone, a half-century of goals in the Champions League, and he's the youngest player to reach that figure.
This is my moment.
Every moment is a treasure in Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM.
I wish that I could have this moment for life.
Brilla FM, a complete deal.
'Cause in this moment I just feel so alive.
And now in news from the world of football, reports are surfacing that last year's changes to the UEFA Champions League may have come from a surprising source.
Here we go. Sources close to Lee are saying that Zlatan Ibrahimovic has been telling people the idea for the new format was all his idea.
Zlatan, last year we saw your announcement of the new format at the UEFA Champions League draw, and you were great.
Yes, I know. Zlatan is only here to help.
Okay, enough. You have to stop telling press and everyone else that we are making changes, because we are not.
This is the Champions League, where the best in the world come to compete. This is an all-or-nothing league, where legends are made and hearts are broken. Football never stands still. It always evolves. And now, the fans are getting more competitive games, so that every match, every goal, every point matters. The best club competition in the world just got better. Because this is the champions!
Follow all in the UEFA Champions League season on Brilla.
Hi, DJ Drogba.
Hello, this is Haile Gebrselassie. Hi, I'm Michael Essien, midfielder.
My name is Jeremy Mikel.
My name is Danny Jordan.
My name is Kolo Toure.
Hi, my name is Thiago Vangira.
Hi, sports fans. My name is Victor Moses.
My name is Lightning Bolt.
I'm Joseph Yabo.
My name is Austin Jeju Okocha.
This is David Dean, former Vice Chairman of Arsenal and Football Association. We're on 88.9 Brilla FM.
We're reaching out to bring the big names to you. Sports Radio 88.9 Brilla FM. There's nothing like it.
It all kicks off right here.
And you could not have scripted this.
I'm sure we've got a cracker on our hands.
This game.
Football Live. There's nothing like it on weekends.
Yes, welcome back. Of course, the action continues right here. Football Live, your Champion Star Sports Radio Brilla FM. And yes, from the interview room, let's take you around the grounds. Action is kicked off in the Premier League already. Burnley against Bournemouth. And yes, I can tell you the game between Sunderland and Brighton is also on. Goalless so far in the first 6 minutes of this fixtures. Going to the Bundesliga, Dortmund lead 1-0 against Augsburg. Bayer Leverkusen still holding on to the 1-0 lead against Bayern Munich. Frankfurt against Heidenheim is goalless. And Hoffenheim against Wolfsburg also goalless. Inter still lead 1-0. Second half has started in that game. UEFA Crete host Olympiacos 7 minutes into that fixture. In Scotland, Aberdeen against Falkirk. Celtic take on Motherwell. And the game between Hibernian and Livingston, that game is definitely on as well. Of course, Bayern had a goal, but it was ruled out because it came off the arm of Jonathan Tah, who of course has picked up a yellow card himself. And that will mean a suspension for the next Bundesliga game after cards accumulation. Nicolas Jackson leads the line for Bayern Munich in this game. And Harry Kane, of course, is on the bench. Maybe we'll get to see him sometime in this game, in the second half. You never know. Well, let's go right into it. Of course, more talking points are coming in at this point in time as the action continues. And you can trust us on Football Live to bring you the very best of the best. Robert Lewandowski has opened up on his future at Barcelona as his current contract at the Camp Nou nears its expiry date. Sparking intense speculation across the footballing world, the veteran striker who arrived in 2022 and quickly became a focal point for the Blaugrana attack finds himself at the crossroads. Yes, at the crossroads, despite his status as a club leader. A recent deep in form and the emergence of a young talent have left his role under Hansi Flick looking increasingly vulnerable. As the 2025-26 season approaches its climax, Lewandowski continues to be a focal point for Barcelona as the front line. The veteran striker has made 33 appearances across all competitions so far this season, netting 14 times and providing 1 assist. With his current contract at the Blaugrana set to expire at the end of this season, speculation regarding his next move is intensifying, and despite the looming deadline, the Polish captain is maintaining a remarkable patient and calculated approach to his professional future. Should Barcelona stick with Lewandowski or start planning for a future without the striker? 33 games, 14 goals, 1 assist. He's never had this sort of run in over a decade. Joseph, this is a concern.
Well, I think most certainly it is, but I mean the man is not exactly young anymore, and I think they've been trying to look at other targets, possibly to get him replaced. And to be honest, I still feel like it's not just down to him. Barcelona have scored a lot of goals this season, but I mean for most of the attackers, it's not exactly been business as usual. Yes, Lamine Yamal just hits double figures. It's not exactly been the guy you say you have high hopes for lots of goals.
Too young to bank on him.
Yeah, you also Rafinha this season has not exactly hit that same height as last season.
He did last season.
So I think it's you look at it from that angle, and I don't think anybody can conclude and say is because his quality is in question or his talent is in question. I think he continues to, be that guy. But I think, when the entire front line generally, lacking, and then you have, plenty of the goals also coming from the midfield. Everybody's basically chipping in, and it's more like, not to a particular person is taking all the shine. I think that's what is, basically been the problem with Lewandowski. In fact, I probably would not, feel it's such a big concern. I think, he's also had his game time reduced. Most times he's coming from the bench, and it doesn't complete 90 minutes. And I think somehow Hansi Flick is also trying to manage his minutes. I think all of these things put together, yes, it's not always going to give you the same level of performance year on year. Again, you also have to factor in the age, and because of the age, they want to keep him fresh for important games as well. So I think it's just down to that. Apart from Lewandowski himself, not so much is done in terms of their forward line. Ferran Torres, yes, at some point he started during this season. Feota Sivuk is the guy who was getting in the goals, but then he's not consistent. Rashford, you can't particularly ask him to do all of those because he doesn't have it in his locker to score a lot of goals
and be consistent with it.
Be consistent with it as well. So I think the entire thing is shared across the front line, and it's not just down to Lewandowski. So I think that is the reason why we're having all of these dips. And maybe by next season again, I think they should not also bank on him, because you're looking at clubs in Saudis and even MLS himself, and he's been tied with plenty of those clubs going to the MLS, and there are reports saying maybe after this season he might be moving to the United States, and I think that's where you're now having, because the reports have also said that in case Manchester City do not maybe Haaland could be available at any point in time, which I don't think would happen anytime soon. They are saying they want to get that first right of refusal.
They cannot do that now. Are you the selling club? Did you sell him to City? Why are you asking for first right of refusal?
Well, that's what the reports are saying in Spain. And you also have the talks about Osimhen probably is going to go to Bayern Munich. I think there are so many points.
There's also been the rumors of Kane leaving Bayern for the...
And for Barcelona, there's so much going on at this point in time.
In fact, I read a report somewhere where it is said that Atletico Madrid have said to Barcelona, we are not selling Alvarez to any club in Spain. We'll sell him cheaper to clubs in England than to sell
him to a direct rival.
Exactly.
So you can understand. So I think with the way the entire thing is going, they need to, somehow divest and, see how they can, live. I don't think they can live without. They can't live without him, even as at now. And I think it is important that they try to, filter out some of those. There were talks about Vlahovic as well going to Barcelona. He's going to be on a free, and not particularly the same level of quality.
Look,
but at this point in time,
Lewandowski will be 38 in August.
Yes.
August is when you're preparing to start a new season.
New season.
I think it will not make sense for Barcelona to bank on a guy who's 38.
So
what we have seen this season in terms of his form is the worst of his class, of a player of his class and quality. And I think it's only going to get worse if you want to depend that such a guy is going to be giving you that on a consistent basis. You will have to question your ambition as a club if you're depending on a 38-year-old to lead the front line. This season has served you all the evidence you need. If he's not playing up to 40-something matches when teams are already around that number now, and then in the 33 he has played, he's giving you a paltry 14 goals. That's some Nicholas Bentner and Marak Shamak level. I mean, you don't want to look at that.
This time and age, Pedro, how much did they give Chelsea?
I'm just saying, for a club that would want a lot of goals, and would want a guy who guarantees a lot of goals, especially in a team where Rafinha has not given those same numbers he did last season, so there are question marks now. And if you're going into next season, you're not beefing up the squad in terms of the guys who will be giving you the goals and all of that quality, then you are doing what everybody will definitely question you about, to put all the pressure on the shoulders of an 18-year-old kid and be hoping that he's going to be bailing you out. His talent is not in doubt, but to put all of that pressure on him, for him to be the main man, I think one thing you do not want to put on his shoulder this early is for us to force him to pick early and then he will now have issues with burnout, and then all of those struggles that will make us question if his career was well managed. I think his quality, he still has to be that guy who walks and plays amongst quality players like himself, and so that when the responsibility is shared, you know that, okay, Yamal is not the only star in the team. There are other guys who can pop up and make things happen for the side, and that will be the conversation, which of course will be a much better one. But let's look at the Leverkusen game against Bayern Munich, because Nicolas Jackson has been shown a straight red card for a serious foul. Yes, Jackson has been shown a straight red card for a serious foul on a player. Yes, Nicolas Jackson has been sent off in the game right there. VAR had to actually check it. It's been since a contentious, a contentious challenge by Nicolas Jackson in the game. But referee Christian Dinget, of course, got information from the VAR guys and then had to check it. He went to see the side monitor and decided that it was a straight red card for the Senegalese. I think even though he's left Chelsea, he still has this baggage about him of terrible tackles, red cards here and there, and could make people question wanting to have such a guy in the team.
Yeah, and I find it, I mean, if you are not growing at this point in time in a separate league where there's probably less spotlight on you, when are you ever going to grow? I think at the AFCON, he probably had that opportunity. The fact is, he came in at that AFCON. Maybe not so much was expected of him because, I mean, from what we know of him at Chelsea. But I thought that AFCON was a perfect opportunity for him to, raise his level in terms of his reputation and even, how important he is to not just the Senegalese national team. At least make them test for something and, be there. And I thought the move to Bayern Munich obviously would also improve him as a player. But to be honest, I doubt if he's ever going to, do that until it probably gets too late. To be honest, this is the kind of, attitude, or is the kind of player you would, find phasing out really early. And I really feel for him. I don't know if I should call it pity, but I don't think he has enough system behind him to not, be serious at this point in time of his career. Imagine he comes back to Chelsea, and then I don't know what to make of it. Delap is there. Yeah, Delap is not having a fantastic time in Chelsea. It's not scoring goals. But the truth is, you look at him and, Delap, what is exactly the difference? Chelsea, if there's anybody Chelsea will be looking forward to, selling at this point in time, it will be Nicolas Jackson. And I'm not sure it's going to be a deal that will make sense to any of the parties. So I think I'm more disappointed, in him now than, even all of the misses we've been having at Chelsea and all of those things. Now that he was supposed to probably develop as a person, as a player, and, all round, I think he's missed his chance. And I don't know if he's ever going to get that back. But at this stage of the season, you are still struggling with all this baggage in Germany. It doesn't look good for him.
Doesn't look good for Nicolas Jackson. I can tell you also that Atletico Madrid, their game against Getafe has kicked off. 3 minutes into that game, goalless so far. In the MPFL, Brendan Insurance lead against Kun Khalifa. Should Barcelona start thinking of a future? A future after Lewandowski, or a future without Lewandowski, rather than be planning another future with him? Should Barcelona already start thinking of recruiting a striker who would lead the line rather than have the man who come next season will be 38? We're not seeing a lot of game time. He gets injured these days, takes a much longer time for him to get back to his best. That for me is a clear indication that the days are here. He might go to maybe not a less intense league. MLS is a lot intense, but you know that the quality of the play is not the one you are exposed to, so you can still be at your best in such places. Norwich lead against Preston 1-0. Leicester City are ahead of QPR 1-0 as well in the championship. Also, Tottenham Hotspur are actively on the lookout for a new managers to replace Igor Tudor in case they choose to sack him after the weekend. According to reports, Tudor's reign has been a disaster so far, with the interim coach losing all four of his game in charge of the side since replacing Thomas Frank as a Spurs manager. Yes, and as Tottenham continue to plummet towards they continue to plummet towards the relegation zone. They take on Liverpool at Anfield on Sunday and could find themselves at the bottom three if results fail to go their way this weekend. According to reports, the club are on the hunt for potential replacements in case they do choose to make a change. It's unclear whether the club would look for another interim manager or a long-term option. Tudor, who's 47, has come under increased criticism for his management of his players, allowing following his 5-2 Champions League defeat by Atletico Madrid, having opted to start Antonin Kingsley in goal over Guillermo Vicario. He swapped the two after just 17 minutes after Kingsley made 2 errors. And as the goalkeeper left the pitch and headed down the tunnel, Tudor ignored him as players rushed to show concern. Did Tottenham make a mistake? Yes, did they make a mistake hiring Tudor? Did Tottenham make a mistake hiring Tudor to be the coach of the side?
Whether Tudor or any other person, they'll still, I found it extremely difficult to navigate this season. Because you're looking at a Tottenham Hotspur with majority of the core of the team basically absent, for the better part of the season. And even those who are around at this point in time, they are not immune to injuries. Some of them have gotten injured. There were talks about what's his name now, Conor Gallagher.
Yeah.
Now
being a concern.
It's a concern. He's probably not going to play. According to Igor Tudor, he has some complaints. He's ill. And I think one or two other names from that game against
Atleti.
And I mean, when you're having your best players out, and even some of the ones remaining, they are missing games due to one issue or the other. I think it can be frustrating for any manager. And you have your captain getting red cards, your best defenders, basically. It's a mess. I don't think there's any club who would. I don't know how they could probably survive that, but it's been happening for far too long. And yes, you can. They try to go. Okay, they know this is a problem, especially when the January transfer window opened up and they refused to. They got a few names as Conor Gallagher and I think Palhinha.
Okay,
that's about it.
Palhinha has been there since the summer.
Yes. So I think you also question how the owners have actually been able to say, okay, this is the situation and we have to dig ourselves out of it. And to be honest, I'm not sure who, in any capacity, any big manager or even small that will look at that job when it was available and say, okay, I really love the job and I actually can do it, without doing the dirty job. And it's coming at a point in time in the season where the run of games they have, they play big teams, and then they also have to play against some of the relegation battlers, as well. So I think it's it's a very terrible situation to be in. And hiring an Igor Tudor was particularly, his CV is not. I won't say it's nothing to write home about, because you look at the names. I mean, flashy names, Marseille, Juventus, but it was not as if the grass was greener there. It was not particularly having the best of times there as well. In fact, it was averaging just about a year and a half at most. Most of them less than a year. Some of those jobs, some are just basically months. So I think hiring him to come and for at this level of intensity in the Premier League, I would have said rather give it to somebody who has this savvy, who knows what to do at this kind of in this type of moments for Tottenham Hotspur. And obviously the man doesn't know so much, and there's so much that for him to do. And to be honest, I think it's something that is inevitable. There's no way they're escaping it. If you're having so many guys injured and then you're having unrest even in the dressing room, I don't think there's any club surviving that.
090-41,089, 090-44,089. The Tottenham will make a mistake hiring Igor Tudor to be the coach of the side. Yes, did they make a mistake to have a higher demand? We're also asking you if you think Barcelona should start looking for a striker already, or you still think Lewandowski can give them what they hope to have heading into the new season. Yes, as part of plans for the new season, do you think Barcelona should go for another striker, or you think extend the man's contract by 1 more year and see if things will change? 26 minutes on the clock in the games in the Premier League. It is goalless between Burnley and Bournemouth, as well as the game between Sunderland and Brighton as the action continues. Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Ifai.
Okay, fine.
To underscore the importance of this discussion about Tottenham, your man in the studio, Joseph, has said, to be honest, like 1,999 times. You see, Tottenham made the mistake by not sacking Thomas Frank early. They allowed him to stay for long. At the time they got this new coach, Gukido, it was late for anyone to do.
Sorry about that. Try to reach us again and let's take your thoughts. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Prophet Benjamin Franklin Benjamin. Popularly known as Aguna Chamber, one of the blogs. They call you from Anambra State.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, my brother, let me tell you, Tottenham, let me go for Tottenham before heading to Barcelona. Tottenham did a very big mistake by sacking Thomas Frank and also go invite this Igor Tudor. Because Igor Tudor now don't know what to do about this Tottenham offer. And then now, Tottenham offer now is going to relegation now. It's 1 point now to relegation. So there is no need. There is no need of everything. Hello, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, there is no need of leaving Igor Tudor there, because I believe that tomorrow when they meet Liverpool will flash them, and they flash them like 3 goals to nothing. So by that time, the man will be sacked. But if I were the man, we will not waiting for until the Liverpool won him. He's supposed to leave the Tottenham Hotspur now. But for Barcelona, Robert Lewandowski is getting older, and they will not remain on him. They will look for another striker. I heard that they are going for Victor Osimhen, so they have to go to a sharp striker, which will give them what they need, because Barcelona is my second club. Thank you, my brother.
All right, thank you for that one as well. Let's let you know that, the Tigers also won their game today against the Philippines women's national basketball team. It was 101 points to 84 points. Yes, 101 points to 84 points for the Tigers, of course, who won that game. Lost the first 2 sets, 21 to 26, 21 to 25, but won the second and the third and the fourth quarters. I beg your pardon. Yes, they lost the first half, won the second half, and of course went on to win. 34 points was what they posted in the third quarter, and that was where they turned things around for themselves. Typical of what they were doing during the women's championship, the AfroBasket championship in Africa, where every third quarter was where they came out of the blocks. And in the fourth quarter also, yes, they were able to consolidate, getting 25 points while the opponent got only 12 in that game. Didn't see this level of this score coming in, to be honest. This is a very high score, 101 points to 84 points. If anybody had told me before that game, I would not have agreed. Yes, that felt like a nightmare for these figures we are calling out now. But yes, that was how it went down today in that game. Nigeria, of course, have won that one. Just further updates on that one. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
I'm Ezekiel from Ketu.
Okay, let's hear you, Ezekiel.
I think for Tottenham, their problem is they're trying to avoid the inevitable. They are surely going for relegation this season. The only person that could have helped them was Thomas Frank. think that would have helped them maybe by the skin of their teeth. They would have narrowly escaped it. Because for Tottenham right now, no matter how many coaches they sack and employ, there's nothing that can be done. And for Barca, I'll advise they shouldn't go for anybody like Alvarez. They should just wait. They are not a club that get their goals from just one striker. They get their goals from the wingers also. So they can just hold on, even just for one season. Give Lewandowski one more season. If it doesn't work out, then maybe look for someone else. Because they are the only ones complaining of lack of funds and the rest, and they are the ones still making all those signings. Are they not the one that is beginning to buy Rashford for 30 million to pay in 3 years? Just 30 million. They don't have the cash. Let them just manage what they have. That's why I believe they are the architect of their own issues. They don't have funds, but they are the one paying the most. They are the one signing people they don't really need. So that's just it. Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much for that one. As the action continues, Atletico Madrid lead 1-0. Yes, Atleti are up 1-0. Molina scoring that goal against Getafe. And I can also tell you that Inter still lead 1-0. Ayub El Kabi has put Olympiacos in front. In that game against OFI Crete, was a bullet header from a cross. And yes, they lead 1-0 in that game. So far, the results are coming in from all the centers, and we're definitely taking you there. Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome to Football Live.
The thing went off the other time.
Okay.
So, I was saying that Thomas Frank maintained a relegation starts almost from the beginning of the season. He would have been sacked when it was about 18 to 20 goals. I know I'm not unaware of the injury crisis in Tottenham Hotspur, but if you look closely, you see that the players that are available, if you match them or compare them with some of these championship teams that are hanging in there somewhere around mid-table or immediately below mid-table, you see that the quality is not so much different. Tottenham is not supposed to be battling relegation. They may not be that pushing the top four the way they used to do, but they ought to be comfortable around mid-table, not in that relegation zone. So I think coaching was a problem, but they left it for so long until at the time they sacked the coach, even if they hired Pep Guardiola, if he will agree to go there, I doubt if he will be able to save them. So as it stands now, they don't have any options and wait patiently what will happen at the end of the season. For Barcelona, I don't know why people are saying to wait. A 38 years old man, he's no longer going to, you are not expecting to improve or anything. He's come to his climax and is now diminishing. So going to bank on him for one season is to waste that season, and no club want to do that kind of thing. Even if they want to lead him there, they must get somebody who will be a pointer to deliver the goals for them. So that is the advice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that one as well. Action in the Premier League still goalless. Motherwell have taken the lead ahead of a Celtic in the game. 34 minutes, they lead 1-0. Let's take some of the comments before we go back to the phone lines. Greetings to everyone in the house. Colin Zuzoma Uakwe says, yes, he's from Onitsha. He says, you guys are doing a great job in the studio. Thank you for always keeping us informed. Thank you too. Adedeji from Ayobo says, hi, Football Live crew. News of Lewandowski's contractor coming to its crescendo at the Camp Nou is a good news. For me, this guy has passed his prime since 2 seasons ago. I don't know why Barca kept him for this long. He should have moved to either America or Saudi Arabia to go collect his pension money at his age. Yes, at his age, he shouldn't still be playing top-flight football in mainstream Europe. I think his contract shouldn't be renewed. He should give way for a younger player. Okay. Josh from Badagry says Barcelona is a stingy club. I guess you're trying to say you have Lewandowski who's aging and you can't pay £30 million for Rashford with everything he did for Spurs, since their director left, their chairman actually, they haven't gotten it right. They should go for Eric Ten Hag. He would do well. For Jackson, red card. He's just proving to be a true blue. Red card FC. You guy. Okay, man, no deal. Ismail Sani from Agege says, I think Tottenham Hotspur should pray other results go their way to escape relegation. Even the best coach at this moment can navigate Spurs to safety with a large chunk of the squad out injured. I always think when people say this thing about even the best coach cannot save you from relegation. Best coaches actually fight for title. I wonder how they will do in relegation fight. Have you ever thought of that? Can they cope? Because, I mean, their job is to fight for titles and win. Maybe because they will be winning, people consider them good enough for such fights.
I think it's, it's a kind of situation where, and I'm not teams that, traditional big 40, you'll tell, okay, teams that, traditional big 40, you'll tell, okay, we're trying to win the league. But then, I mean, not like the entire top half of the league would say they want to win the Premier League. But you have like almost the entire bottom half of the table hoping not to get relegated. So everybody is trying to fight for it. So your I don't know if I call it the ratio of the people who want to win the league against those who don't want to get relegated. What is bigger? I think it's wide. So I think that's why I think the pressure is probably even heavier for relegating teams and how to navigate it. So I think only managers who have been able to probably win stuff with no what do we call it now, maybe world-class players or elite players will be able to navigate quite a bit. But I think it's really going to be hard. I don't think someone like what's his name now, Guardiola will be able to survive, because I mean you want to test ideas, but at that point in time you are leaving everything to however you can get it. So you are not looking forward to, okay, this is the pattern of play I want to have. I'm sure Igor Tudor probably has his own ideas on how to pass the ball around. But now, I mean, you heard what's his name now? The one who was sacked from Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
Sean Dyche.
Yeah.
Basically said, okay, at the state Manchester United were last season, you just have to win anyhow you have it. Ditch whatever you have 3-4-3 against Amorim. You just have to get your scores in. And the fact is, he moved to Nottingham Forest. He was not able to do that. I mean, he has to be sacked before Nottingham Forest confirms that they get a relegation. But the truth is, at that point in time, you don't care how you want to play. You just want to know how you want to put the ball at the back of the net, whether long throw-ins, long balls, corner kick, haram football, whatever. You just want to get in all of this. And I think that's where purists like Guardiola will probably suffer, because it will be irritating for you to play that kind of football, and I don't think they'll be able to level up to such. Probably a Mourinho who has done dirty works before, paper cracks, and try as much as possible to bring out a failing project. Yes, probably, and that's even in a small amount. But to say it's actually going to do it, I think the pressure is mighty crazy, and it also tells us to appreciate from the two extremes. One, they do well for it's not because a manager is trying to. I mean, the people look at Allardyce and feel you can just talk anyhow to his body of work. But the truth is, with the level of results he's gotten from being a relegation specialist, I think you have to pay so much respect.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Of course, the action continues right here, and 40 minutes on the clock. Action in the Premier League, it's goalless in the two centres right there, and I can tell you that he's around. But right now, of course, he has come to mainstream Europe. And
his goals against, was it Tottenham Hotspur?
I think
2000, is it 8?
I know he was at Liverpool.
Because it was he and was Riera and Robert Keane. At that point, I think they were going banned for the band in that game about Riera. Anyway.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Atalanta have made it 1-1 against Inter. Yes, a late goal in that game. It is 1-1 against Inter. Right there, of course, action continues at the San Siro, where Inter have just been pegged back by Atalanta. Yes, Kristovic, the man who scored 83 minutes on the clock. Kristovic have made it. Yes, he has made it 1-1 in that game right now. Okay, let's let you know that Sunderland against Brighton and Hove Albion It is still goalless right there. And looks like there is... okay. The game continues. Verbroken, of course, punching a corner clear there and ensuring that there was no trouble. But Celtic have equalized against Motherwell. 1-1 right now. That's the scoreline. Celtic have equalized. And Burnley have come really close to taking the lead. Yes, it came off the crossbar. Would have easily been 1-0 in that game right now. And I can tell you that VAR is also checking out Atalanta's goal. Yes, VAR is having a look at Atalanta's goal. Atletico Madrid still lead. Modina's 1 goal has been the difference in the game against Getafe. 1-0. They lead in that game. Let's let you know that Karabakh have taken the lead against Zira after 30 minutes. Yes, they lead 1-0 in that fixture. And of course, Mala Boleslav against FK Pardubic. It is 2-0. Boleslav leading that game. Radek Kralov against Ostrava. Yes, Banik Ostrava. It is Kralov who lead 1-0. Dukla Prague lead 2-0 against Jablonec in another fixture. And in the championship, Birmingham lead against Sheffield United 1-0. Leicester lead 1-0 against QPR. Millwall against Blackburn Rovers is goalless. Norwich City lead 2-0 against Preston. And I can tell you that QPR have scored, yes, to equalize against Leicester City. 1-1 is the scoreline right now. Sheffield Wednesday against Ipswich Town is still goalless. Stoke City lead 1-0 against Blackburn Rovers. And West Bromwich Albion have taken the lead against Hull City. Hull City, of course, had a player sent off 2 minutes after, about 12 minutes after the goal. Yes, the player was sent off in that game. It's a long night for them now to try to get back in that game. But I can tell you, West Bromwich Albion lead by 1-0. And that, of course, is the latest coming in as far as this game is concerned. Bendel Insurance have made it 2-0. And Atalanta's goal will stand against Inter. Yes, that goal would stand against Inter Milan, and that I can tell you right now. Sunderland are just there amassing the corners. I told you about these guys on the corner markets. These guys were going to stay in it as much as possible and ensure that they get a lot of corners. It is corner number 5 for them in this half right now. Is it corner number 4 in this game for them right now, as they are trying to find a way in this game to keep themselves in it as much as possible. Corner number 5, actually. Yes, they played 5 corners. The opponents have played 2. It is just the first half of the game, and they have 5 corners on the cards already. The game between Burnley and Brighton, yes, it's still goalless. 45 minutes. We'll see in the Sunderland game, 2 minutes have been added on against Brighton and Hove Albion. And I can tell you that, yes, in the other game, we'll yet to find out how many minutes will be added. But we're talking Lewandowski and Barcelona. We're also looking at Tottenham Hotspur. And if they made a mistake, we're signing Igor Tudor. Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon, my lovely brother.
Good afternoon.
Joseph, my education officer, they greet you.
Well done.
Yeah. My name is Odi Eposa, also known as the Zona Person of Kobioko. You can call me AKA Mayu Destroyer. Lewandowski, he's Australian. You know, say that the reason where you go pull a back for motor, people don't know. The reason where you go pull a back for motor, they say if you don't waka, reach where you see, say, there it is. Then you don't pull for a back, you don't start. Don't say you pull for a back, you dey run, you. That you just fire, you just run for your dear life. I make up. So, Lewandowski don't try for us well. But the age now, whatsoever. So I don't think that he can be able to go with us. So he can go, but to go get another striker like Osimhen, we can get another. Osimhen and my brother now. Me and you just talked yesterday. Then he say one God play for me as a first of Barcelona. As a Kokobioko. Hey! Osimhen will come, my brother. So if Osimhen come now, imagine say they give Mayu versus Baka. He go reach 72-0. That at 72, Mayu no yet to make a years coming. So I need Osimhen for my job. So Lewandowski so far so good. Keep Dr. Aipa. Double.
All right, thank you for that one. Dortmund have made it 2-0 against Augsburg. Yes, it is 2-0 for Borussia Dortmund in this game. Karim Adeyemi scored the first, and Reggiani has scored the second goal. Yes, Luca Reggiani has scored the second goal to make it 2-0. Like they are doing everything possible to just press the necks of Augsburg. This is the first time in they have 8 corner kicks. Borussia Dortmund. I don't think I've witnessed this in a long time in their game, having this amount of corner kicks. But yes, it is half-time in both games in the Premier League, and it is goalless in those games. That I can tell you for certain. Famalicão have taken the lead against Vitória Guimarães. Well, in the 3rd minute of a time added on, it is 1-1 in that game. Hibernian against Livingston is also goalless. Atletico Madrid, 32 minutes on the clock. They lead 1-0 against Getafe in that game. Don't forget Atleti, of course, they still have Spurs to play against in the reverse fixture. And the squad was pretty rotated today. Let's see what they will do in the return leg. They lead by 1-0 in this game. Hello. Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome. Hello.
Welcome.
My name is Eugene Natsukan.
Okay. Yeah, but it's not so clear. But try.
Okay.
Let's see.
Should I go on?
Yes, it's better now.
All right. I've been listening since afternoon, by the way. I've tried as much as I have to connect. But that is all. Let me also sincerely convey my deepest commiseration to the family of Henry Nwosu. It's a pity, and the can't question it happened. So, having said that, I want to know, aside of the fact that, what do you call him, Tido, what do you call the current manager of the Tottenham, Hugo Tido,
yeah,
also. Aside of the fact that he managed Juventus at some point, seriously and bigger than him, that he was eventually fired. So we have another predicament to have maybe secure the job of Tottenham, which obviously is becoming like Real Madrid job because of the ambitious desire of the lady. How else maybe you have played it in a season, and just when everybody was to go right set to a high-profile manager, we brought in what do you call him, Tudor, so who was the second next to Adesina. My goodness, how do you explain this? I think that job, obviously, I'm not surprised that up to now, that sledgehammer has not been activated on him. I think the way he could run away from this, if Daniel Levy could retain, I think the ultimate point will be relegation, because obviously the thing that this thing is happening right now, when every club is jostling for points, next level, and the Tottenham is ranked in close to the bottom corner of the league, at the twilight of the league. I mean, the league just has a maximum, I think, there are teams that have 9 matches. There are others that have less than that. So, I don't think the job is still safe. For me, I think it has been fired by now. If Tottenham must run out from that relegation, that would be a very big.
Doesn't make match day squad because of accumulation of yellow cards. Vitória Guimarães have drawn level against Famalicão 1-1. That's the scoreline right there. And it's 95 minutes. Inter 1, Atalanta 1. A couple of weeks ago, we were saying the title was done and dusted. But right now, it is not looking that way. Hurricanes' goal has been chalked off for offside. Yes, Bayern Munich players can't believe it, but VAR says it was not a goal. And so, yes, goal ruled out. It is back to Bayer Leverkusen leading by 1-0. Christian Kibu has been shown a red card, 2 yellows in a space of 2 minutes.
Absolutely superb.
Pressure is also coming in on him now, because a couple of weeks ago we were talking about him possibly, he was 10 points clear and he lost to AC Milan over the weekend, and now they are dropping points at home. There's pressure. Hoffenheim have just considered a goal. Yes, Wolfsburg have scored to take the lead against Hoffenheim in that game. Okay, yes, Wolfsburg have just taken the lead in that game. Hoffenheim have 11 corners, putting all the pressure there, but it is Wolfsburg who have taken the lead in the game as they lead 1-0. Let's take a final round of comments on WhatsApp before we wrap things up. Jackson should find himself, find a club for himself, because he is no longer welcome at Chelsea. We are looking for a way to send out many of you. Yes, Casey, thank you for that one on the show this evening. Yes, he came back to add his name. He says, it's me, Chelsea Chief Priest. You don't call Mo. Give us name. You say Chelsea Chief Priest. You get shrine. You get shrine. If they say Mo, go your shrine now. You get where you go carry us go. Say Chelsea Chief Priest. Chelsea na Babalawo, where you be the Chief Priest. Why you go all these ones now? They always they like you people. Now they try. Chelsea chairman, Chelsea, the only Chelsea sky. The things I've heard for different clubs and the titles people accord themselves. But that's it, of course, on today's edition of a Football Live. Yes, it will make a return again tomorrow. You better be there. And yes, there will be the home leg and the international leg of a football.